with our journalist crews stationed close to an American clandestine base now confirming that they did in fact witness troops with what appeared to be robotic limbs. These reports confirming that the soldiers are in active deployment in the field. The Pentagon has denied all reports of US soldiers having undergone surgical procedures to augment them in ways that give the US an advantage in an ever-changing battlefield. More on this soon. As controversial footage begins.
Why is there so many intros? Wonder if I can turn them off. Bro, where's my guns? How do I choose guns? There we go. Dude, this game is so laggy, it's actually kind of crazy. But there's just people flying around. What am I playing? Bro, this game's gotta go on low. Like, this game has to be like farming crypto in the background or something. Like, there's no way it should run this fast. I'm trolling, but... Let me skip this. I don't think we can. No, we can't be in our menu either. There we go. Oh, there's controller. There's probably aim assist. Okay, now it has to run good. Is there one? Whoa, what the heck? Okay. Can we, like, not fly forward? I feel like I should play this game on controller for some reason. It just seems like third person is like so controller.
Limb pairing. Left arm attached.
Let's see if it works.
Redeployment successful.
Okay, it is working. Let's see how the default settings work. Whoa. Literally just picking up the controller, not even
Roadrunner
gonna
Sims
change
installed.
settings.
Downloading driver.
Oh, you can slide. Okay, hold on a
Start
second.
bomb initiated. Objective: shoot down the drone and
For
place its
what am
payload.
I here?
Approximate target's location marked.
Dude, what is that? That is so annoying. Dude, like, is that actually the SFX? Dude, that actually makes me not want to play the game. That's probably the most annoying thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Are you serious? You can't turn that off? What? Why? I feel like that's just weird. Like, why would you not be able to turn that off? Interesting.
Airdrop op completed. Reward granted.
What is this, bro? Okay. There we go. Okay, that's not bad. I want to keep this setting. Wait, did it work? Oh no, bro. Wait, what? What happened? What? What happened? I'm so confused. Why is that not working? Is it bugged? Maybe it's bugged. Dude, these vines are so bad. Bro, what is this game actually? It's so buggy. This is the classic crypto game experience. It's looking like, I guess. It like doesn't even work. What happened? is that the change? And then it closes it. Okay, maybe it'll work. I don't even know.
Teammate eliminated by enemy. Sufficient balance. Loadout drone available. Regeneration complete.
Dude, why is it in 1440p, bro? For what? By default. It still doesn't run better there. What? You can't look up? Wait. Why can you not look up? Wait, why did my gun stop shooting? Okay. Controller is definitely not what you want to play in this game if anybody tries it. Oh no. What is going on with those vines? But they're just bugged. I don't know why. Doesn't really make any sense. These like actual players, they are, right? Because I knocked them. Yeah, they have to. How are you alive? Holy crap, that's so many people in there. Okay, this has the most annoying zone sound out of any BR. It's gotta be, and it's also like the hardest to get out of too. I think, at least in this scenario. That's so funny.
Initiating system shutdown.
Wow, that sound is like, what even is that? How did they make that sound? Makes me want to throw up. Actually. Like it makes my stomach hurt for some reason. Oh, we can get res. Then I actually have ammo. That's nice.
Stay alert. You've being tagged by a hostile cyberlimb. Teammate killed. Configuring driver. The paralyzer arm installed.
Bro, what on earth is that?
Attack propulsion.
What is this again? Okay. This is a hard pass for me. The sounds in this game are... Yeah, I don't like it. The zone sound has got to be the worst. I can't do it. I did try it though. I gotta uninstall that though. I'm pretty sure that's like a crypto farmer or something on it. It should not run that poorly. No, why is that launching again? What? I'm literally trying to uninstall it and it just launches. Bro, this game is like, I regret installing this game, that's for sure. Okay, finally uninstalled. What's up, official? Well, that's good you're out now. Wait, so when you say feds, do you mean like actual, like, do you mean like cops or do you mean like federal government, like agencies? Just so I know like what you're referring to, basically. Oh, okay. Okay, I was like, okay, okay, that's not okay, because I was like, wait, bro, like, what are you doing? You know what I mean? Because usually, well, typically, if you get picked up by like those type of feds, you probably would not uh, be out there. So, but yeah, that's good that you're out there for sure. That like the thing is though is like uh prison is no place for humans or other animals. Like zoos and stuff like that, bro. Like all that stuff is the same. I guess I'm just gonna swap the Apex, honestly, because that game was terrible. I'd never want to play that game again. I will never play a crypto-backed video game again in my life. Hopefully, at least. That was not fun. Wait, really? Honestly, dude, like I can't even remember, bro, because like I haven't been streaming that much. I've been just like doing nothing basically, like chilling like outside, like just relaxing basically as much as I can right now because I have to do so much stuff. I appreciate it. All right, let me swap my Twitch thing. What are people playing right now? Let's see. I know that COD launched a new season of Overwatch, it looks like. I don't really care about Overwatch anymore. I honestly don't even really like games that much, but they haven't been like the worst. Because I took a big break, that's why though. Dang, Deadlock is actually dead. What the heck? Um, I'm not sure. Okay, so like the thing is with okay, so hold on, let me double check YouTube so I don't mess it up and say something inaccurate.
Cookie.
Dang, bro, I'm getting ads on my own thing. That's crazy, bro. What is going on? Where the heck did it go? Oh wait, here it is. Okay, so there's join. So level 5 is the highest for like reoccurring subscriptions. So basically, I guess so those go from $1 to 25. Well, technically I can like make it higher, but I don't. That's just the way that I have it. But so there's a it's like a dollar symbol in like the bottom right of the screen, I think. It's next to the chat. It should be like somewhere on the bottom right, I think. If you're on mobile, I think it should be in the same spot, maybe. No, I have no clue what that is. Bro, I don't use banks or nothing. I might as well be a caveman, bro, to be honest. Like I have one bank, but it like hardly even has like any functionality outside of like a freaking just like a debit card. I don't even have like a actual like credit card or anything like that. I don't want no credit or nothing. But so like if you click the so there's like a dollar symbol in the bottom right. So there you can like you can gift memberships, you can super chat or super sticker. So super chat is the highest amount that you can go though. I think the highest is like $500. I'm pretty sure. Hold on, let me see if it goes higher. No, okay, it doesn't. Yeah, 500 is the highest possible thing to send, and it pins your chat for 5 hours. That's funny. YouTube's cut. I think I think they get 30%, I get 70. And then through my PayPal though, I would get the most, I think. Yeah, my PayPal would do the most because they only do I think it's a 5% fee, which is a lot less than 30. I can't remember what my PayPal is though, to be honest. It's in my channel somewhere though. Oh wait, it's actually the first link in the description of my stream, actually. What's up, Hyper? How are you doing? Really? That's how that works over there? That's crazy. Um, my voice is different. What do you think it sounds like? Like how would you say it sounds different exactly? Does it sound more clear or less clear? Yeah, so if you click the first link in my description, it's slightly deeper. Um, I kind of am like nasally, but I'm also like kind of not nasally right now. Like I'm not sure what's going on, but it's just like so earlier actually, so today, right? I was looking outside and like there's this area where like people almost wreck every single day, bro. Like every single day there's people laying on the horn almost wrecking at a like a four section intersection or a four cross intersection. And so basically I just went out there and I like cuz like basically all these trees are just blocking it. But cuz the people aren't trimming the trees. Like they're not maintaining it for some reason. I don't know why, but it's like super dangerous. So I just went out there and like bent all the tree branches like back in basically. And I got and they were all juniper trees, right? And juniper trees have like so much pollen right now. It's insane. Like you get coated in pollen. It's actually crazy. Like I had pollen all over myself. But it was worth it, obviously, because like someone was gonna die, bro. Because I'm telling you, bro, like you were not able to see at all when you pulled out. And like every day, people in this wreck. So hopefully, we'll see tomorrow if it's better. Um, because I like folded all of them back, but. So that probably is like messing with my voice or something because it's like a ton of pollen. I appreciate it, official. Don't even worry about it though, but I appreciate it regardless, for sure. But yeah, happy early birthday as well, dude. That's good that you're out for your birthday too, you know what I mean? Like I feel like that's a good thing. That's really good. Have I ever played D&D or Baldur's Gate? Um, I played Baldur's Gate before, Baldur's Gate 3. Um, but I will say, uh, I didn't really play it that long. I played it a little bit and then kind of just didn't really get interested in it. And it has like a lot of things that I just don't really care to like have in video games, basically, in that game. Uh, so that also made me not want to play the game. Dude, I'm so stuffy right now. I'm about to go like Uh, oh, wait a minute. Dang it. Hold on a second. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. I forgot I got some yogurt and honey. Because it's like good if you have allergies. If it's like raw honey. Raw unfiltered. And if it's local too, that definitely helps. A dragonborn monk. That's definitely really interesting. The reason I say that is because wait, so what weapons is that again? I can't remember. But let me think of a place as to where you could send it. I'm pretty sure they're gonna start doing like community things on YouTube to where like you guys will be able to like reply to like, or there'll be like a little like hub or something like under community where like you guys can like post stuff and like comment and all that, I think. Under my channel, but I don't know when that's coming out. I don't know. I think it's gonna be a minute. Not 100% sure though. But that does sound really cool. Also, art is also really cool. Oh yeah, post it on yours. Yeah, that would be a good idea. Because then I can just check it on there. Plus, then like maybe other people will see it too. Okay, I'm gonna put on music real quick, and then I'm gonna go get more yogurt because I need some more. Really, that's pretty cool. I haven't been doing much. I've been just doing the same thing basically every day. I think I do like more stretching now though. Like I do a lot of stretching actually, like yoga type, but I don't do yoga specifically, but I just like, you know, do like really hard, like not hard, but like exaggerated long stretches basically because it feels really good. I have so my diet now actually, so before I was doing like I'm still doing beef. I'm still doing beef. But I'm doing slightly less beef and being more conservative with it since it's like so much nutrients. I don't need to eat like I don't even need to eat a pound of it a day to be honest. Like maybe like half a pound and then I can like at least for me personally. I eat like half a pound of it and then I can eat like, you know, I'll eat certain types of fruits and then yogurt, a small amount of honey. I drink a lot. I just do so much dairy and fruit, and then I'll have like I've lowered my intake of beef basically. And the reason why is because I have found certain fruits that I agree with, but they're extremely hard to obtain. So at the moment, I'm just doing like, you know, the best I can with what I can. But I'll have to be growing my own stuff to have exactly what the like what I'm looking for basically for like optimal food because I will never like I don't know, I can't live my whole life eating the food that's supplied in this food supply because it's terrible. Like what they do to it basically. and how it's not cared for. A lot of fruit and stuff is supposed to ripen on the like actual bush or tree or plant, and then you eat it. But they take it off super early, and it is such a waste of nutrients because they ship it freaking 400 countries over. So, you know what I mean? It's just like I feel like wherever you live though, eating local, but what that means is like what is actually native to what grows on the land that you live on, basically. And then like yeah. Also, I had 2 pieces of bacon today. Had no bad ingredients or anything. I cannot eat pork at all. It was a freaking, I felt so terrible, dude. I never want to eat pork again. I can't believe it because I used to eat so much pork. There's something up with pork, bro. There's a reason why, like, ancient civilizations were telling us not to eat pork. Something is wrong with it, bro. And it's like not like it's not like, oh, there's something wrong with pigs, but like we aren't supposed to consume pigs, I don't think. There's definitely something up. Like our body doesn't do well with it or something. At least to win. So like the only way you would notice that though is if you've like if you're on like basically like an I don't want to say an actual human diet, but that's like basically what it is because there's so much processed food and stuff like everywhere that it's like almost like if you don't pay attention to your ingredients in every single thing that you eat, and if it's GMO'd or not, then you're going to be eating stuff like that all day because it's just everywhere. Like that used to be all of my diet. Like I don't even think I ate anything that didn't consume something bad for so many years, probably 10 15 years, maybe even longer. Actually, probably more like 20, no, actually like 23 years. 23 years of my life, roughly. That's crazy. Um, yeah, and something else about that hyper. So, keep in mind, I am not like subscribed to a particular religion by any capacity. I like comparative religion where you look at all of them as a whole to support each other, basically, to come to like one like similar truth, basically. But um yeah, they basically say not to eat pork. So there's a few stories about pork in ancient stories. Some of them have to do with it's essentially explaining genetically modifying like so there's two things here. Either they genetically took something out of a human that was like that we like had put there that we aren't supposed to have by something else that also genetically modified us. It sounds crazy, right? But like genetic modification has been around since forever, basically. Um, but yeah, it says that they like put the bad thing in the pigs. And then another thing is I think in the Quran, I think the Muslims believe that uh Allah put I think changed somebody to pigs or something like that, basically. I can't remember exactly what it was, but basically like humans got turned into pigs. And what you said is apparently human meat tastes like a weird pork, and like yeah, like if it's that close, there's something weird there, you know what I mean? Or who knows, maybe we're just like actually closest to pigs for whatever reason, you know what I mean? Like even if it's just by random chance. But that was like their way of telling us that like hey, don't eat this, because if you like a lot of the ancient texts say to avoid a lot of the foods that they say are healthy now. Ancient texts don't tell you to eat vegetables because they didn't exist. You know what I mean? Like it's pretty crazy. Most of it was herbs and fruits and like if it was like, you know, like onions or something like that, like they were not even close to like how they are now. And like a lot of the fruits now that we have too are of course GMO'd and like, you know, like none of it's naturally occurring really anymore. It's not even close to as like as nature would have intended. But wild stuff that grows in the wild, that is like, again, of course, if you know what it actually is, that's like the ultimate source of like the cleanest food, like by nature you can get that we need. That's how we should be eating, but it's crazy. Also, let me check that out, by the way. That is really cool. So that reminds me of do you know what the Argonians are from the Elder Scrolls? It kind of looks like that. Yeah, that's really good though as well. Like the shading and everything is really good. I used to do art too when I was younger, but I kind of stopped doing it. And kind of just went to like doing like various like I do like various like, you know, quote unquote like artistic things sometimes, but not that often. But I used to draw and like color and stuff back in the day, but I only did a few things. But yeah, this is like really good though. What did you use to, is that what did you use to color and like shade and everything? That's so funny. That's all I used to do as a kid, bro. I had so many Legos. It's like that's one of the only things I would play with because I just wanted to build stuff, bro. Like, let me tell you something, Hyper. Never forget this, okay? When you're older, never stop creating things that are like meaningful to you. You know what I mean? Like for example, drawing or, you know, building something, even if it's not Legos, if you enjoy, you know, building something out of wood or building, you know, whatever it is, because like those are like things that I feel like everybody like should be doing that has interest in that. You know what I mean? Like it's there's a lot of things like it's very useful skills, and you know you can build stuff and sell it. You know you can who knows. You know you never know how like good you can be at building something. Like who knows? Like just build a freaking couch out of nowhere. You know what I mean? Like do stuff like that. Like I don't know. I'm just like making up like random things, but if you ever have like the drive to create something, as much as I want to say keep it in the real world, of course you can do things on the internet that are cool, but really honestly nothing beats like making something actually like physically. Like it nothing beats it. It's just so much fun. Like you know, like drawing like, you know, imagine if you would have drawn that on a computer, you know what I mean? Instead, it just wouldn't have been the same. Like obviously it still would have been good, but you know what I mean? Like it's just like you can see more of the skill in it if it's actually in person, right? Because like I feel like it's so much easier to make things on the internet too, because I mean there's so much assistance, right? But like when you do it in person, you literally all you have essential. I mean, of course there's like different, you know, tools and stuff, but like not like a computer at all. You know, because you can like have stuff that like does the strokes for you basically, you know what I mean? And then you can edit them and fine tweak them, you know. But yeah, that's really good. Wow. Yeah, that's cool. I think I would mainly use colored pencils, and then I think I would use like the oil pastel things for a little. I don't even know what those things were made out of. Like, who even knows, honestly? I wonder. But what I really always wanted to do though is chisel something out of marble if I can ever afford it one day, if I just have like an absurd amount of money for no reason, and I have, you know, like giving a bunch of it away, because marble is extremely expensive, I'm pretty sure. But I want to like, I definitely want to try to chisel like a statue out of it, basically. Because like, I don't know. Who the heck is there anything we can even, I guess you can chisel stuff in the wood. You know what? Screw the marble. I don't need the marble. I can just use wood. Even though the marble would be cool because, you know, you can, I guess you can polish wood too. Never mind. I'm going to just use wood. Honestly. Really? Well, so, okay, let me ask you this, Hyper. Is it actually because you're stressed in the sense of, do you not know if you like actually like want to like attempt to date her basically, or is it like you're stressed because you're excited to ask her? Or is it something different? But like I feel like those are like usually the two things, at least like from what I've seen. But again, I could be wrong. Who knows? I only know what I know and what I've seen. Excited but scared, mostly scared. Okay, so what are you scared of? Because the only thing you should be, well, I guess, you know, don't ever be scared if possible, but I mean, you know, there's a level of scared where it's like, okay, you know, like we should you know, we shouldn't do this because of that or whatever. I don't know, but what is it that exactly that is making you scared? I'm gonna put on music for a second. I'm gonna go get more yogurt really quick. I'll be back there. Okay, I'm back. So you don't know if she will reject you and you overthink everything, so you've looked into thousands of ideas and the most of the things you've been thinking about have been rejected. Well, this is the thing, right? So think about that, right? You just told me that, so you're overthinking it, right? Which means that you're just thinking. That doesn't mean anything. You know what I mean? It's just thoughts inside of your head. You might not even be controlling your thoughts. They could just be happening. You need to learn how to control your thoughts and focus on what outcome that you want, but also what outcome is like just the best outcome, like regardless, you know what I mean? Because who knows, you could ask her and then she rejects you, and then that could be like the best thing ever that has ever happened to you. Who knows, you know? But the thing is, though, is again, you just said that you're thinking about ideas, right? There's no way possible for you to ever predict the outcome. And also, no matter, you could think of 1 billion ideas, right? It doesn't change anything. You know what I mean? And then also, even if she rejects you, I mean, that's all right, you know what I mean? If somebody rejects you, then that means that you wouldn't want to be with that person anyways, because they don't want to be with you, you know what I mean? Because, like, think about it. Wouldn't that be terrible if you're just with somebody that actually doesn't want to be with you, you know what I mean? Like, that doesn't sound fun. Also, I didn't even realize my music was muted. That's my bad. Yeah. Okay, listen, Hyper. I went through the same exact stuff. Trust me. I know how it is when I was younger. What's up, Astro? How's it going? Also, Beanie is here, Astro, by the way. I will get Beanie soon, by the way. Everybody. But the thing is, the thing is, right, Hyper, is just because you've done something. Okay. Let me explain this to you before. Okay, so let me mute that for a second. The person who created the Dyson fan, right? The person who created the Dyson fan, I don't know how many prototypes. You know what? I'll look it up for the sake of it. So this guy deserves, for people to hear this. Okay, think about this, right? So this is the guy who created the world's first bagless vacuum cleaner, right? It took him 5,127 builds to produce. Are you willing to get rejected 5,127 times? If your answer is yes, well, let me tell you, if your answer is no, then you don't actually want to be with somebody else. But you should not go and get rejected 5,127 times. You know what I mean? Like that means you're just like you're looking way too hard. You know what I mean? Like if that's the case, you know what I'm saying? But like this guy wasn't though. That's a different context. You know what I mean? This guy it took 5 years, but he did 5,000. That's 1,000 prototypes per year. That's crazy. But think about that, right? That's 5,126 failures in a row, bro. You know how many people nowadays would give up? Most people do give up. I've been the person to give up before. I've given up instantly. I've literally done something, it didn't work. I'm like, well, can't do that anymore. Time to go do something else. And it's like, dude, that is so, like, don't do that. Like, whatever you do. If you actually want to try something, then actually do it. I'm not referring to your scenario though, but I'm just saying in general. But the thing is, right? For example, me and my channel, right? You know how long it took me to even, bro, it took me probably 4 months of everyday streaming to average 3 viewers, right? Yeah, see? Exactly. Just keep working on it, you know? I mean, sorry, on Twitch. That's how long it took me on Twitch. Sorry about that. I meant Twitch. I've been on Twitch for 7 years and I'm not partnered, right? But I mean, if it doesn't end up happening, that's okay. It doesn't bother me. You know, it's not really my goal. I don't care to be partnered because it doesn't even do anything anymore. You know what I mean? But like the thing is like, for example, on YouTube, right? I've been on YouTube for on and off for 5 years uploading. A lot of my videos I deleted, and that was a mistake too. I wish I would have left my content so you guys could have seen my old content from PUBG and like all of my like old Apex content, like all this stuff that I had spent so much time making, and then I deleted it because I'm like eventually I'm like, well, I'm not really getting any views. Like it was years by, and then like I might as well just like delete it because I guess nobody wants to watch it, so I just delete it for now, and then maybe I'll upload in the future. Started uploading again, and and then I left some stuff up, and then it's like stupid. I should have just left that because first of all, it doesn't even matter how many people see what you make. It doesn't matter. Do not make stuff for other people. Make it for yourself. Make what you want. Not don't even make it for yourself. Make what you want to create. Literally, you know what I mean. Don't make stuff that other people want you to make. Make what you want to make. Really? That's cool though that you did. That's good. Um, Streaming definitely takes a lot for sure. But yeah, like, and I've thought about giving up, you know what I mean? And now, like, I'm not as consistent or anything, but I think I'm like gonna be changing my content up. Just because like gaming really is not that fun. Like, I'm not religious, but I've been like reading ancient scriptures and stuff like that, and I'd rather like talk about stuff like that because like for example, today I found like a prediction of 9/11 basically. I don't know if anyone is in here is good at interpreting like hidden meanings, let me know. Yeah, that's good, Hyper. If that's what you enjoy, do it for sure, you know what I mean? And how deep are the meanings? Extremely symbolical. Like what I'll be saying really won't make sense. Actually, you know what? To do a test, I want to ask you guys. Okay, tell me what you think this means, honestly. I'm not even going to tell you what I have found it to mean, but I will like I will read it without any context, and I will use filler words. And keep in mind, there are words that are going to be used that you might think that it's like something that it's not. And it also could be, let me see, give me 1 second. Let me see, where is it? I can't. Okay, so you can translate big boy words. Okay, here is the start. So this is, so it will be, in the year of the reign of a king, a vision appeared to me. After that which appeared to me at the first, and I saw in the vision, and when I saw, I was in Susa the citadel, which is in the province of Elam. And I saw in the vision, and I was at the Ulai Canal. I raised my eyes and saw, and behold, a ram standing on the bank of the canal. It had 2 horns, and both horns were high, but one was higher than the other. And the other one came up last. I saw the ram charging westward and northward and southward. No beast could stand before him. And there was no one who could rescue from his power. He did as he pleased, and he became great. As I was considering, behold, a male goat came from the west across the face of the whole earth, without touching the ground. And the goat had a conspicuous horn between his eyes. He came to the ram with the 2 horns which I had seen standing on the bank of the canal, and he ran at him in his powerful wrath. I saw him come close to the ram, and he was enraged against him, and struck the ram, and broke his 2 horns. And the ram had no power to stand before him, but he cast him down to the ground, and trampled on him. And there was no one who could rescue the ram from his power. Then the goat became exceedingly great, but when he was strong, the great horn was broken, and instead of it, it came up 4 conspicuous horns towards the 4 winds of heaven. He's having a vision, and he saw Rampart Sheila with horns ramming Caustic off of a cliff. That's funny. It may be symbolic to dying, because the devil is known to have ram-like horns plus wrath. Interesting. So that's an interesting interpretation. So let me explain to you what I have found it to be, right? Okay, so I'm going to tell you the numbers associated in this passage at the start. Like the numbers associated with this passage is 8 and 1, right? Which makes 9. Keep that in mind. And then yeah, okay. And also, this is actually, I'll leave that part out for now. So, basically, when he says, I was in Susa the citadel, which is in the province of Elam, and I saw in the vision, and I was at the Ulai Canal. I raised my eyes and saw, and behold, a ram standing on the bank of the canal. So you would think of a ram standing on, like if you're on a canal and you're looking and you see a ram at like the top of a hill, right? And it says it had 2 horns, and both horns were high, but one was higher than the other, right? what other structures do we know of that one was higher than the other, right? Okay, now think about this, right? So, so it says, no beast could stand before him, and there was no one who could rescue from his power. He did as he pleased and became great. As I was considering, behold, a male goat came from the west across the face of the whole earth without touching the ground. So if we look at that, right, like, again, it's really hard to break this down, right? But in a way that will be like easy to digest. But let me tell you this, right? Ancient people are not stupid, right? They are not dumb. They are not just like writing this for no reason. Because like, I mean, honestly, like, what would this mean? You know what I mean? Like, what would that actually mean? Is it just like a story of just like this goat? Like, it has to have a meaning, right? Which there's other interpretations which we can get to, but so it says, so this ram, right? This ram came from the west across the face of the whole earth without touching the ground. You think that ram was actually flying in the freaking sky? You think it? You think it actually was? It is. Does anyone believe that? Yes. Okay. So, and it said it has a conspicuous horn between his eyes. He came to the ram with the two horns, which was the first ram, right? Which I had seen standing on the bank of the canal, and he had ran at him in his powerful wrath, right? This is literally explaining 9/11. Like, as crazy as that sounds. But the ram, right? The two rams, right? And previous, right? Keep in mind, this says in the 3rd year of the reign of the king. So this is referring to apparently this had happened as well previously, right? Like this person, right, has been shown to like what they symbolically say is going to happen eventually happens. You don't get it? Okay. So listen, if you are in like, have you ever visualized something that you cannot describe? Yes. Okay. Now, if you put that on paper, what is that going to look like? You're going to have to symbolically represent what you saw because you can't describe it, right? So these people at this time, one, their language was not developed enough to have words for advanced technology yet, because advanced technology did exist at this time, and I can explain that too at another point, which I will bring up to you guys. I think that other one will be a lot easier for you guys to see, but so this one, right? The two horns, right? The first goat or the first ram that's on the canal is the Twin Towers, right? And one was higher than the other, right? And then it says that the goat not touching the ground and the conspicuous horn between his eyes. The eyes are the window of the plane. The horn is the front of the plane. But like, they don't have words for that. You know what I mean? Technically, this isn't even what they actually said because this is in English. So, like, if we took this all the way back to the original thing, who knows? Maybe they did have like these other double meanings, with their initial language. But it's still coming through in English, which tells me that there's so much more information in here that we can't even see. So a ram would make sense. Exactly. And I didn't even think of that. I didn't even, literally, you just pointed out, I didn't even think of that. Because a ram rams. That's literally what it does. So what else would you say if you saw, like seriously, what the heck? You know what I mean? But this is like the amazing thing about all of these ancient things. Like most of them, these people were geniuses, bro. Like they really were. We think that the early humans were stupid, but quite honestly, like modern humanity is more, dumbed down, which is unfortunate, but that's just how modern civilization has gone. We sit and play games. We don't go learn stuff that often, you know what I mean? Like we do what we have to. But like I've been like picking up this stuff cuz I enjoy it, but like you know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. I agree, Astral. Yeah, so like the RAM would make sense for that, right? And then yeah. So then it goes on to say so yeah, and then it says then the goat became exceedingly great, but when he was strong, the great horn was broken, and instead of it, there came up four conspicuous horns towards the four winds of heaven. Uh, so the four winds of heaven would be the four directions, right? So conspicuous up came the four conspicuous horns towards the four winds of heaven. He's probably talking about like the freaking smoke flying up in the air, you know what I mean? And then he says um out of one of them came a little horn, which grew exceedingly great towards the south, towards the east, and towards the glorious land. It grew great even to the host of heaven, and some of the host and some of the stars it threw down to the ground and trampled on them. It became great, even as the great of the prince of the host. And the regular burnt offering was taken away from him, and the place of his sanctuary was overthrown. And a host will be given over to it together with the regular burnt offering because of transgression, and it will throw truth to the ground, and it will act and prosper. Then I heard a holy one speaking, and another holy one said to the one who spoke, "For how long is the vision concerning the regular burnt offering, the transgression that makes desolate, and the giving over of the sanctuary and host to be trampled underfoot?" And he said to me, "For 2,300 evenings and mornings, then the sanctuary shall be restored to its rightful state." I don't know what that is talking about exactly at the end, but it's very interesting. There's like I'm getting like these little like, visions of like what they were intending. And it's like, basically like the burnt offering is that, like, where did burning come out of nowhere? You know what I mean? Have a good one, Astral. I appreciate you hanging out too. The goat could be the earth and the two horns could be the towers. Yeah, 100%. Because he said he was on the bank and there's the water near there too. And this is a very interesting, honestly. Okay, so out of the entire, and keep in mind this came from the Bible, actually, is where this came from if you haven't noticed yet. But Daniel taken to Babylon, like you should read Daniel if you're like interested in ancient civilizations and like symbolic meanings like this. I haven't read the whole thing yet. I'm going to, but so far it's really cool because like I just randomly found that. And yeah, it's just like it's really crazy. I feel like at some point I'm gonna make my own like edition of a Bible with like footnotes on it, basically, with like breaking stuff down like this. But I feel like there's too much in the book because there's numbers, there's numerical values behind the letters in the original language that have even quadruple meanings, basically, in different contexts. So like, but that none of that is mainstream, right? Nobody, that's not like a mainstream religion thing, right? No one interprets that like that. But like, I feel like people need to start looking at that, right? Especially like if I was like religious and this was like my, like the religion I followed had this book in there, I would want to be looking at that, especially because it literally proves what that, like, I believe that section 100% to be 9/11 guaranteed. Like, it, to me, it's clear as day. And like, I didn't even look hard. It came to me naturally, and like through the vision. It's like almost I saw what they saw, basically. You know what I mean? I didn't envision a ram like the first thing I did, and then once it got to the like a couple words in, I'm like, wait a minute, like this ain't right. Like that's not. They're not talking about a ram here. 3 and 6 are numbers of the devil, and 9 being 6 flipped over is the number of God. Interesting. So where do you get that 3 and 6 are the numbers of the devil? So are you talking about hold on. That's actually that's the biggest misinterpreted part of the Bible, in my opinion, other than the very first sentence. Which brings me to this. Okay, let me compare these two, Hyper, and which one of these sounds like be as honest as you can and unbiased as possible. Which one of these sounds, if you had to, pick one, which would be the truth? Quote unquote, the truth, right? Give me 1 second here. This is very, very interesting. I was mind blown, actually. Amazing information here. And actually, what I'm about to read to you is from one of my family members from the 1800s, which is crazy because, give me 1 second here. So basically, I will start at the front of this paragraph. But basically, it says, it will be seen at once that a various reading of the text might be had in many places, both by differing arrangements of letters and by differing supplying of vowels. It's basically talking about like in reference of like translation and like the original language and that this was written in, etc., that we have available to us. And then it says a very important difference of reading may be instanced in the first line of Genesis, which is like like the creation, the creation story. So it says, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, right? That's what they say it is. But according to this person, and like I've kind of fact checked it, and like, yeah, it does. Like, yeah, it can be interpreted either way. But think about that, right? In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, right? What does that mean? The sky and the earth. Right? The ground and the sky. That's what they're referring to. The heavens above, the earth below. Yeah, I know. Isn't that funny? Literally. You're just, I don't know how to explain it, but like a lot of people that are like my age don't care. You know what I mean? That's something else too. Or not even that, but like they can't, like a lot of people like don't understand like how to converse about these topics and like apply to it or even like use it. It's pretty interesting though. So it says, in the beginning God created the heavens of the earth and the earth, sorry. And then it says so this is apparently the more grammatical accurate rendering of it being translated, which would actually say, in the head created itself gods, the heavens, and the earth. What does that sound like? Which one of those sounds, to me, in the head created itself, God's the heavens and the earth sounds a lot more accurate to me, especially applying stuff that I know from other like religions where they essentially believe we are in God's head, but he is also what is outside of it, I guess. Like it's kind of like it's all like one like organism basically that's incredibly complex. But again, this is Genesis from the Bible. That doesn't sound like that, right? Huh? I didn't think it would say that, but think about that. It says in the head, and then in parentheses, in that language, head would mean source or beginning, created itself or developed gods, which would be us, and life, not only us, right? Keep that in mind. The rest of life, trees, all of it, right? Not just us. The heavens and the earth. Like that's, I don't know. That seems like, I feel like I don't know. That's kind of what I thought anyways. It's just like nothing really like pointed to that until I really, really looked for it. I'm like, wow, people thought this too. But yeah, it's pretty crazy because that's not what it says in every single church or Bible you will ever read. It's not going to tell you that you are a god because that would give you too much power. You know what I mean? In the sense to do good, because unfortunately 99% of things are, overridden by people that don't want you to do good things. It's nobody's fault. That's just how things have been programmed, basically. I'll be back though. Also, the Bible points to aliens. Keep in mind, like I don't believe like I'm not religious. I don't follow the specific beliefs, but I do have beliefs that the Bible tie into, if that makes sense, as every other religion does. But yeah, there's a lot of things that mention aliens. Basically every single civilization ever has the same creation story and then has aliens basically involved as the, smaller gods. It's pretty cool, but I'll be right back. Which delivered us the technology that causes all these problems, apparently. All right, I'm back. I love how I haven't even played a singular game, but basically, honestly, I think it's really cool that you are just interested in these things to any capacity, though, because the thing is like this stuff is there for a reason, right? But I think like one of the main goals is obviously to do good, but also to like restore the planet. Every single ancient civilization is basically nature worshiping in a way. Like even if they say, there's some like form of a creator, like this is still its creation, if that's what you believe. But even if you don't believe in that, right, what can you still do? You can still help the planet. You know what I mean? That's one thing that I feel like everybody can agree on. This is our home, right? It's pretty crazy though. Because everyone focuses on other things instead of doing something that we can all do together, which is fix the earth basically and stop, poisoning it and stop the greed and like all the, because that would fix all the problems, literally. But I think everyone needs to hear stuff like that, but especially kids though. So it's like it's like, you know, yeah, and like you gotta have creativity in your head to really understand a lot of those types of topics too, because they can just sound crazy, you know. And they do sound crazy at first. I used to think, oh, there's no chance. Oh no, because I was conditioned to take everything extremely literal, and it just like, that's not good, because then you miss entire culture's worth of like knowledge because they were very symbolic and extremely. It's like they would cipher information into something to make it hard to like decode, but like also not even for that reason. They like information in a concealed spot, and also to hide it from people that might do harm to them as well. Because clearly, as we know, people who came to say, you know, funny thing, you know, like, you know, Jesus is saying to like not go to church and stuff, you know what I mean? Like that's like literally what he said. I'm not even like making that up. And that's when he was being literal. At the few times he would be literal, you know. But again, it's all programming. Well, see, that's the thing, though. Like, so the version of God that you're thinking of when you refer to obsessed with God is like not. It's not like an inner guide. It's the idea of. It's an idea, usually. Because the way it's portrayed literally. But again, those people are still experiencing the same guidance, but they're tying it to something directly. You know what I mean? It's because, like, again, like, you're okay. For example, I can prove to you, and like, again, I'm not a religious person. Keep that in mind to any capacity. Like, I actually used to be like very like the opposite way. I would kind of be like, oh, you know, there's, you know, like there's nothing, right? I used to just think, oh, maybe you do just die, right? Because like obviously everyone has that thought, but the thing is we're not even supposed to know, like things that are in the material world, like 3D world, aren't even supposed to know that they can die. Like animals, right? Animals don't know that they're going to die. Like eventually, they don't know that it's a guarantee. So they act through their instinct in the most natural possible, like designed way possible, and that's why they all are just so like amazing compared to us, basically, in a way, right? I don't know what cynical atheist would mean necessarily. I used to just be like, you know, like, oh, I don't really think they're like, you know, like maybe there is nothing basically, but I don't really know. I was like questioning a bunch of stuff, but like the thing is like what I did realize with very, and keep in mind, like I feel like I've lived like freaking 1,000 years already, like in this lifetime. Like I have went through so many different things like so fast, like it's weird. It's like I just like, it's like, I don't know, everyone goes through things, and I think like depending on how you deal with them, you go through even more things, but it like helps you though, even though it can be like bad, you know what I mean? Oh yeah, I did. But the thing is I was looking at it the wrong way. But that's the whole trick, right? That was put in place on purpose, right? Is because every single thing, like, okay, you know how like science is like the opposite of religion? That's not how that works. Like, that's not how, like, okay, maybe it is the opposite of religion to some degree, or like the modern interpretation or something, I don't know. But the thing is like interpretation is like everyone in most religions have different interpretations and how they apply things, right? So think about that for a second, right? Because like it means something different to everybody, but they're associating it with one thing, right? So like the thing is like, again, they're still experiencing what you would say is God, right? But what other people experience as God, they might not like put it into that same category of wording. For example, instinct, right? When you're acting from your instincts, when does it let you down? Think about that. Like if you really like this trust in your instinct and just do something, like whatever the heck it is, like that, you know, even if it's not even like a thing that you have a choice on, that you just have to use your instincts. When has it let you fail to this day? It hasn't. You would be dead, usually. You know, if it's like something, you know, like, oh, maybe I shouldn't, you know, eat that or touch that or what, you know, whatever the heck it is. But, the thing is, there's like I didn't realize that every religion was the same, and it was all, like, not all of it, but a lot of it was symbolical, and you have to filter through history that's included on top of it. It's not like it's just this thing that's like clean, right? Like there's gonna be bad things, but it's only because it's what happened back then, or it's a symbolical thing that happened. It didn't even happen sometimes. Sometimes it's a symbolical allegory that you have to break down. And people don't do that. Everyone takes it literally, and then they're like, a lot of people get like fear, you know, like, oh, you know, like God's gonna punish me, I don't like God, and then, you know, not even gonna consider the thought of it, basically. But it's by design, it's supposed to do that, but then it's also supposed to fear trap the people who do believe in it. And then it also can be useful to people who don't do either, and like are like, you know, looking and finding like things that are like intended to be found by the people who wrote it, and like the intentions behind their words. Like you can literally see it. Like I don't know, I can at least. It's like very vivid too. Typically with like with what I was explaining earlier, like dude, that was 9/11, bro, and that was written so long ago. And the thing is 9/11 has probably happened 15 times throughout history, like a similar thing, a similar event. The thing is history repeats, right? They had technology, they had these things, but it's all there, but we don't take it. It's like we take everything literally that we shouldn't, and then when we see something, when they're like, listen, there is this, there is that, and then nobody listens. And it's just like, what the heck is going on? But that's why you spell words to, you know, cast a spell on someone, you know, sentence a spell. You see what the wording with that? It's weird English language. It's like, it's a mind control language. It's like, if people think that you can't build stuff off of mind control, bro, everything that, you know, is in our environment is mind control, bro. I swear. Even this game is mind control. It's pushing an agenda. Everything in the media pushes some form of an agenda because they want to convince you of something. But all you need to do is listen to, like, inside of your brain, like, what is actually good, basically. Because your instincts will tell you. You will know if you're doing something wrong. Sometimes you won't, but usually you will. Like 99% of the time. Yeah, see, that's a lot different, Hyper. And I can actually go into that too, because that's a symbolical thing too. And there's actually something else I did want to go to as well to ask about, or to see what you have to say about. Let me see. Okay, where is this? Let's see. But again, keep in mind though, Hyper, it's not their fault. It's not their fault. People, like, trust me, dude. It's all by design to keep people. Dude, it's been happening for thousands of years. Like this stuff has been perfected, bro. There's a reason why it's just now getting like, you know, to the bottom. Like people are actually getting to the point of like what was actually intended within here, because a lot of people didn't even want to look, because you know people are like, oh, you know, if because there's some, you know, evil things, you know, that, you know. But again, it's not even her parents' fault, and it's not their parents' fault. It's no human's fault. Um, it's literal misinterpret. Well, I don't know how the English language directly was formed, but our language, bro, is like it is bad, bro. It's like a lot of the words, bro, have really, really bad meanings. It's like any of them, even the ones that you think are good, are actually bad words. It's weird. If there's any words that is there any words that you tend to like not want to say or hesitate to say that aren't bad, that but like, you know, you get like a bad feeling about? Because when I was younger, I would get those and I'd just be like, you know, why is it like that? You know what I mean? What are those words? Can you, if you feel comfortable saying them and they're like appropriate, you know, say them. If they're not appropriate, don't say them. But if they're, you know, chat safe, then because those would be the clearly, you know, not the bad words, but you know, why would we get a bad, you know, feeling from saying them? I'll break it down and see if we can figure anything out. Let's see. Where is this? Wait, where am I? I'm not in the right spot. Wait, where am I? What the heck? Okay, so apparently the story is actually told twice, which is amazing because I want to read it twice, honestly. That's the thing. Because if I can get another version of a story that was by the people that said it, that's amazing, instead of just one passage. You know what I mean? Because if they could have told that Ram story again, maybe they did. I don't know. I haven't read the whole thing, so. Just like that, stuff like that sounds somewhat manipulative, or like you're begging for someone because that's just not the type of person you am. Yep, and you know why that is? It's because it's the words you're saying. And why is it the words you're saying and it's not your intentions behind your words? Here's why. So, you know how like basically everything is like a sound, right? Sound is like a mechanic in our universe, right? This is how, you know, science ties into what God is, you know. So like for example, I don't even like saying the word God, you know what I mean? Like there's something about it. I don't know what it is. It's just because like I don't want to say that word. I don't something, you know. I used to wonder why I didn't like the word Jesus, right? It's because it's not his name. It's either like Yeshua or something like that. I'm not sure how to actually pronounce it, and I don't want to like try to pronounce it, especially if I don't know it. But you know what I mean? Like, why would they translate his name? It's like, you know, when we learned about Greek, they weren't translating names, right? The way we learned about all the Greek names that were hard to say. Why are we translating this very important figure that came to tell us what we are? You know what I mean? And twisting some things in there, you see? So where is this at? So apparently, wait. Okay, so listen to this. So this says, So it says, so David assembled all Israel from the Nile of Egypt to Lebo Hamath to bring the Ark of God. You've heard of the Ark of the Covenant, right? From Kirith Jearim. I'm not sure what that is. And David and all of Israel went up to Bala, that is to Kirith Jearim, that belongs to Judah. I guess that's, I'm not sure. I guess they're like taking it somewhere, basically, you know, to bring up from there the ark of God, which is called by the name of the Lord, who sits enthroned above the cherubim, which is, oops. Which is a winged celestial being. Yeah, okay. I need to learn more about them because I will explain why too. So it says to bring up there from the ark of God, which is called by the name of the Lord, who sits enthroned above the cherubim, which is like, you know, the winged angel type thing. And they carried the ark of God on a new cart from the house. Okay, so from someone's house, basically. They were driving the cart. And David and all of Israel was celebrating before God with all of their might, with the song and lyres and harps and tambourines and cymbals and trumpets. And when they came to the threshing floor, Uzzah put out his hand to take hold of the ark, for the oxen stumbled, which means, you know, this ox basically bumped into this guy, right? And then he had to grab the ark of God, which, you know, the ark of the, this is the Ark of God. I don't know if that's the Ark of the Covenant is different. This is the Ark of God. Sorry. I don't know if there's a difference there. Maybe there is. And then it says, I missed, let me see. Oh, okay, yeah. Then basically the ox stumbled and knocked him into the cart, right? And he placed his hand out onto the ark. So basically it says, and the anger of the Lord was kindled against Uzzah, and he struck him down because he put out of his hand to his ark, and he died there before God. So do you think God would just want to just kill somebody for like accidentally falling into something like for no reason? No, it's because there's electricity contained within this thing. It's literally that's why it's called an arc of electricity. You've heard that, right? Arcs of electricity. It's literally like they hide it in our language and then hide it from us too. But like also make it obvious, but nobody sees it, you know? It's like when you draw these correlations, it's like, wow, like these people really did have like more natural electricity too. Obviously still deadly as we can see here, but like, you know, rest in peace, definitely. But yeah, and it says like, you know, like God was angry, and it's like it was electricity, you know. God wasn't angry. You know, it is a force of God. It is 100%. Like everything can, like we have electricity. Everything has electricity, you know. But yeah, it's pretty interesting. And hello, Beanie. Beanie's up here. But yeah, and there's like a few other instances, which let me find this one. And I'll ask your interpretation of this one instead of breaking it down. This one, I think you'll probably interpret pretty easily because it's like it's actually like this one's so obvious. I can't believe more people haven't talked about this one actually. But I see where people look at it, why people look at it the way that they do typically though. Okay, so this says, behold, so basically this is God, right? Behold, or quote unquote God, right? We don't know who it is yet. This could, you know, who knows who it could be. Behold now, behemoth, which I made with thee. He eateth grass as an ox. Lo now, his strength is in his loins, and his force is in the navel of his belly. He moveth his tail like a cedar. The sinews of his stones are wrapped together. His bones are as strong as pieces of brass. His bones are like bars of iron. He is the chief of the ways of God. He that made him can make his sword to approach unto him. I guess that is kind of more confusing than I remember it. Hold on, I think there might be some more there. Hold on. Let me actually look in the one that I have right here. Just because, honestly, if you have a physical book, just look in the freaking book, because the internet will change one day, I promise you, because they change history in real time all the time. That's not like a conspiracy, that they do it. They do it all the time, whenever they decide. Very slowly, so nobody notices, but, you know, some people do notice, especially when, you know, stuff that you bookmark and screenshot get changed, and you're like, huh, well, look at that. Wonder why they changed that. It's pretty interesting. But no, that wasn't changed, but just as a reference. But so the full context here. Okay, blah blah blah, and then it says, he is the first of the works of God. Let him who made him bring near his sword. For the mountains yield food for him, where all the wild beasts play. Under the lotus plants he lies in the shelter of the reeds in the marsh. For his shade the lotus tree covers him. The willows of the brook surround him. Behold, if the river is turbulent, he is not frightened. He is confident through Jordan rushes against his mouth. Can one take him by the eyes or pierce his nose with a snare? Can you draw out Leviathan with a fishhook or press down his tongue with a cord? Can you put a rope in his nose or pierce his jaw with a hook? Will he make many pleas to you? Will he speak to you soft words? Will he make a covenant with you to take him for your servant forever? Will you play with him as with a bird, or will you put him on a leash for your girls? Will traders bargain over him? Will they divide him up among the merchants? Can you fill his skin with harpoons or his head with fishing spears? Lay your hands on him. Remember the battle. You will not do it again. Behold, the hope of a man is false. He is laid low even at the sight of him. No one is so fierce that he dares to stir him up. When then he is who can stand before me, who has first given to me, that I shall or should repay him. Whatever is under the whole heaven is mine. I will not keep silence concerning his limbs, or his mighty strength, or his goodly frame. Who can strip off his outer garment? Who would come near him with a bridle? Who can open the doors of his face? Around his teeth is terror. His back is made up of rows of shields, shut up closely as with a seal. No one is so near to another that no air can come between them. They are joined one to another, they clasp each other and cannot be separated. His sneezings flash forth light, and his eyes are like the eyelids of the dawn. Out of his mouth go flaming torches. Sparks of the fire leap forth. Out of his nostrils comes forth smoke, as from a boiling pot and burning rushes. His breath kindles coals, and a flame comes forth from his mouth. In his neck abides strength, and terror dances before him. The folds of his flesh stick together, firmly cast on him and immovable. His heart is hard as a stone, hard as the lower millstone. When he raises himself up, the mighty are afraid. At the crashing they are beside themselves. Though the sword reaches him, it does not avail, nor the spear, nor the dart, nor the javelin. He counts iron as straw, and bronze as rotten wood. The arrow cannot make him flee. For him, sling stones. Dude, they're literally like talking like a tank, bro. Like, this literally, like, this sounds like some form of like militarized vehicle that, like, they're like, if you attack it, like, bro. And then the quote unquote God, they're not talking about the God that created everything. They're talking about God in the sense of a higher thing that's bigger than us. That's why context is so important. But they're not actually talking about the God that, like, created, that is everything, you know. Like, technically, yeah, that would still be God, but it's like a creation of God that is higher than us, basically. Like an alien, basically, is what it is. That's where we got this horrible technology from. Like, we didn't come up with this stuff. Humans are not, like, inherently evil. We weren't created to be evil either. There's plenty of people that go, you know, their entire lives without creating weapons of mass destruction. You know what I mean? Like, we don't need to do that. But yeah, it's pretty interesting. But yeah, that's the behemoth. And you'll never guess what else is called a behemoth, a tank. Wonder why. Never would have guessed. Because it's, you know, they say, oh, the tank's big, right? That's why it's called behemoth. Oh, really? Why aren't we calling skyscrapers behemoths then? Because those are definitely bigger. Why didn't we name some dinosaurs behemoth? Maybe we did, I don't know. Midnight, really? It's 2:40, so it's actually almost time to feed Beanie. One game, and then I'll feed him.
Today's top story.
No more ads, bro. But yeah, there's some freaking literal aliens in the Bible, bro. Like, what is going on? Like, angels and demons are actually just aliens, basically. Same thing. I just never thought about it like that. But I don't think people see that. But hopefully more people see it. Do I have any advice? Yes. First of all, be yourself. Definitely. Like, don't like put on like a, I know sometimes it can be like easy to just like put on like a mask, right? Like, you'll act like a different person or something. Or like you know.
I didn't see sexual orientation on that list, bud.
What did you say?
I said, what are you, liberal? I didn't see sexual orientation in your list there, bud.
I don't understand what you're asking. I also don't know what liberal means necessarily. So does that mean you're conservative then if you don't like liberal?
Never mind, brother.
You didn't get you. Never mind, brother.
I hope you eat beef.
What?
I voted for Trump if that helps.
People are funny. So I don't really care about politics. Actually, funny enough, even though I have like politics and everything, and, because it's actually it's a weaponization of the illusion of choice to affect what is actually going on, because we don't need laws. If everyone was actually in tune with like what is actually going on, we would not need laws, because you can just, you know what is right, you know what's wrong. But the reason why that doesn't work right now is because of money and greed. If everyone shared, people would not steal. People would be not upset when something breaks because they would be able to replace it with, you know, it's not like, you won't even have anything to like break. Like, that's the thing, you know what I mean? Like, we already had everything like on the planet naturally that we needed, and then we just started like just breaking. Like, we went too far with civilization. We're over civilized, if that makes sense. Heavily. We shouldn't be buying food. We shouldn't be buying food. We shouldn't be buying water. Like, I don't know how think about it. Why would you vote for anybody ever that can't even like anybody? Why would anyone vote for anyone ever if they can't even promise, hey, we're gonna get the right to clean, unadulterated, unprocessed food and water for everybody, because that is entirely possible because the planet supplied it to us. We just did nothing but destroy it and then act like, there's all these, terrible weather things going on, when half the time the only reason they're going on is because we're destroying the environment, right? But how are we destroying the environment? We're destroying the environment with jets. We're destroying the environment with processed foods. We're destroying the environment with vegetables. Vegetables are extremely dangerous to the environment because they're not even natural. They're not, like, humans created vegetables. They don't even actually, like, they're not a thing. Like, they were basically inedible to the point where we wouldn't even consume them unless we were starving. Because we would be mainly eating fruits, herbs, honey, ruminant animals, fish, but not from the ocean. And that's basically it. Like, we weren't really supposed to. Why would we consume something in the center of the ocean? You gonna swim out there and get it, bro? You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't need a boat. There's no reason half the time. I mean, like, maybe, but like, I feel like if we would just stabilize the planet wouldn't have destruction. Like, literally, that's the thing that people don't understand, bro. That's the thing that people don't get. Like, if there's anything that, if you could believe one thing that I say, believe this, right? It's when people say that it, like, for example, it all starts with you, that means that, like, literally all of us, including, obviously mainly ourselves, because that's how we, help other people. But, if we basically, how do you say it? If we are angry, right? So, when you go into a room, you can tell someone's angry, right? Like, let's say there's one person in there, right? You can tell, and they're angry. You walk in, you don't even have to look at them. You can tell, right? Because you can feel it when you walk in. You can just tell. Imagine that. And now imagine how many people there are in the world, and then how that will affect everything around us, including everything in the sky and space. You see what I'm saying? And the weather and all, like, people don't understand it, dude. And like, who knows? Maybe even it extends out even further. And like, we are literally. Wouldn't it be funny if like we were literally like, imagine, you know, there's all these like higher beings, you know, like, you know, fighting essentially, and it's like we're the ones that have to like stop it because we're in the lowest form of existence, which would be physical, you know. Not to say that's a bad thing, you know. It's not. I love being alive. Being alive is amazing. You know what I mean? But like, we are like the most grounded in to quote unquote reality, if that makes sense. Because science proves other dimensions, you know? And like, it's pretty crazy. Yes, Beanie? You got 12 minutes. And that's the thing, you know what I mean? Like, what if we are the ground that because clearly it's the hardest for us to behave. Look at the freaking planet, dude. It's absurd. Like, how are we putting chemicals in baby formula? Like, how do we even get close to that? You know what I mean? Like, how are we even getting to the point where we need baby formula? Humans aren't diseased. Like, the disease is our own cause. Like, humans are not diseased by default. It's literally all caused by us. Everything we see, everything we feel is caused by us. So we need to do something about that. Like, seriously, because that benefits everybody. Including the people who are doing bad things. Because people are doing bad things because they're taught to do bad things. That's the reason why they do them. You know, obviously you have those, like, rare times of, you know, people who might, like, do things, you know, they're born and they do things, but who knows what their parents were doing, you know? And, like, that stuff travels through your DNA, but it's not like you... That's the thing that, also, if, like, you're ever sick or, like, have some, like, you know, health problem, literally never think that it is uncurable. I don't care what it is, bro. I don't care who says what. Like, stuff you never know. Like, literally, it could happen. Like, I've had, like, again, like, this is, you know, not extreme things, but it was pretty bad for me, but, like, my arthritis was so bad I couldn't even play M&K. My knees would ache so bad it felt like daggers were in them. Like, it was terrible, you know? And, like, that wasn't, like, a curable thing, and I finally basically got rid of it entirely except for, like, the arthritis that was caused by actually breaking my bones. You know, that won't go away, but those are fine. Like my wrist. But it works fine. I'm able to play. It doesn't hurt. But, yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you do what nature is, like, intended for you to do by nature, like, you're not gonna have as many problems. But if you do things that nature doesn't intend you to do, for example, I sit here and I play video games. I know it's gonna hurt my head. Like, it's gonna do something to my head, eyes, you know, I'm consuming this media that someone else, you know, has, like, their narratives and, you know, whatever the heck in, and symbolic, whatever the heck, and, like, you know, it's just, like, shooting people, basically. Like, I don't even really like games much anymore. When I, like, really break it down, I'm like, I don't even want to do this. I just want to, like, sit here and talk, basically. You know, it's a form of entertainment. What is entertainment? That's so you don't get bored and then realize what's going on, because when you spend time bored, you start questioning everything. Literally. That's why they try to get you to do all these different things and consider all these different things, like forms of thought. Just like there's so many different things that they like try to like get you to do, and like I see it more now than when I was younger. I was kind of like didn't really realize it when I was younger, but looking back at it, like, you know, it's all the same stuff, same symbology in games, same I don't know, same stuff. Why is literally everybody looking? There's your Kraber. I didn't realize my team went over there. I thought we were gonna take the zip or something. It's my bad. But, oh wait, you said representative democracy is stupid. You feel like if America had a direct democracy, then we'd just be better overall. What does direct democracy mean exactly? I'm not sure what that means. Also, the thing is, right, it's like, okay, so I don't like or dislike anybody politically, but also at the same time, I like and dislike everybody politically because everyone has some good things and everyone has some bad things, you know? And it's just like there's always a mix, and there's like people tend to just be like, oh, I have to gravitate towards this because I feel strongly about this, basically. And so, you know what I mean? And that's just typically how it will be. Like people will gravitate towards someone who is supporting something that they feel strongly about, which makes sense 100%, you know what I mean? Sometimes, you know, you realize how both parties will cater to certain audiences on purpose, you know, and it's like, it's all marketing. It's just marketing. And to top that off though, typically, I don't know what's gonna happen, but these past 4 years, like for me financially, or not 4 years. How long has it even been? I think it's been, no, 2 years. Yeah, 2 years. What year is it? 2024 to 22. Yeah, okay, so like the past like 2 years, like financially have been terrible, bro. Like just everything, I don't know, bro. I don't know. It's just crazy. And that's not the president's fault. You know, I don't even know if he's still the president because they like stepped down or whatever happened. I don't know, but it's the force behind the president and the rest of the government that uses money to buy and sell political people. I don't know if Trump is one of those people. He claims to not be, right? But that just sounds like it's scripted. You know what I mean? Like, if that's true, that's great. But like, if it's not true, then it's just the same people that own, like, it's the same party. Like, both parties are the same. It's just they pretend to be against each other. Like, it's literally basically acting is what it is. Like, but it's easy to act when your views actually do oppose the other person. Also, the thing is, too, is like, why do political people even argue? Like, all of them, every single one of them on mainstream media just sits there and argues. Trump, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, all of them. Every single one of them. The only one I think I've seen who doesn't insult someone was RFK, but I don't think he's even running anymore. I don't know what's going on with that. But I also don't know, like, all of his things, you know. But even then, you're never going to agree with what... You'll never agree with one president or one source of running ever if there's human-made law. That's the only way that it's going to work. Like, there's always going to be people who are not satisfied, basically. Because humans aren't the ones who should be dictating the law. We have a natural instinct that tells us, don't do this, do that. You know? Like, it literally tells us. Those can be overridden at a very young age. And that's what they try to get you doing quick. They start overriding everything that's natural the instant you're out into the world. It's incredible. I'm so, honestly, like, something, and I wouldn't normally say this, but I'm proud of myself. I have not been to the dentist and I've not been to the doctor in over a decade, and I'm the healthiest I've ever been. And that's thanks to nature. You know what I mean? That's not thanks to you know, I mean, it's thanks to a lot of things, you know, but mainly nature and like observing it and just allowing it to teach me what I should be eating. Because, like, you know, I was not eating the right food, that's for sure. And I wasn't sure because I was like, oh, I'll just listen to these other people that look healthy. Nope. That's not what you want to do. You want to listen to nature or, you know, obviously do a lot of research, but you still want to listen to nature because nature made you food, literally. You only go to the doctors for shots required to go to school. Yeah, so I'm not gonna really speak on too many opinions on those, but those are scary to me. The last shot I got was the COVID vaccine because I was forced, and that is something that I did regret, but I'm happy that I'm healthy and that I'm fine and that I'm alive. So I don't even care about it anymore. I'm not going to think about it anymore. I hope I forget about that and then I never make a terrible decision like that again. Because, right, the reason why, that I'm healthy, right? I'm not afraid of sickness. I don't get sick often. That's me. That's not you. That's not someone else. That's me. Right? So for me, I don't want anything injected into me. I don't know what's in there. You know what I mean? You go to a medical professional development middle school? What is that? I've never heard of that. Wait, is that where like they teach you guys medical stuff? I've never heard of that. That's crazy though. I didn't even know that existed. That's cool that that exists, though, I will say. The thing is, though, is like studying anything is good, right? And while things may appear to work, you know, I don't know. I've seen the little pamphlets that they give out. So like for example, like some of the pills that you take for medicine, you fold out a pamphlet and it unfolds into like a 10-foot script of like terms and services and warnings about the pill and like how basically like potential effects. And I'm like, okay, something ain't right here. This is fixing one thing. Why does it have that? That's what I was thinking as like a little kid. You know, I'm like, what is going on? That doesn't make any sense. Like something is like not right if that is what's going on. But the thing is, right? So that's really cool, by the way. I am typically, again, I don't judge anyone for doing anything. If people want to use medicine, use it. If it works for you, use it. You know, whatever it is, if it works for you, that's what's important. Because I've used medicine, you know, it's big pharma medicine, I'll say. And it's helped me a lot, you know, in certain areas, but not so much in others. But so yeah, I'm typically more on like the natural side, but of medicine type things. I wish mainstream medicine would look more into it because we have everything we need in nature. It's just we don't look at it because of profit, though. It's not necessarily like, you know, the medical, like, it's not the people who want to help people that are doing that. You know what I mean? It's kind of just like the investors and the owners and, you know, stuff like that. Yes, sometimes. So this is the thing though, right? Typically, there's a lot of overprescribing and stuff. Unfortunately, one of my family members passed away because they were intentionally overprescribed for money. And the doctor, like, nothing happened because the doctor is basically legally immune somehow. And basically, and some other things, right, is a couple of my family members, right? Have had problems in their life that weren't that serious, basically, and it was over exaggerated drastically by the doctor, and there was a surgery done to remove organs from one of my family members, and the doctor made money off of that because of the surgery, and it wasn't necessary. And yeah, obviously that's not medicine, but that's just something to speak about, which is pretty crazy. Obviously that's not everybody, but well, so it depends on that hyper. So typically, if you're what you're referring to is you take something from nature, right, that works, and then make a synthetic variant of it. Typically is what happens. Even for vitamins and stuff like that, it gets synthesized, which have negative side effects. But so the thing is, too, is a lot, like, basically I can't find a pill that doesn't contain a a ultra processed, like, bad for you ingredient, basically. And it all adds up eventually, and like that stuff shouldn't be in our body ever, so why do they put it in there? And it's just like, unfortunately, it's like, it's not the people who are trying to, like, better it's whoever is behind, who gets to, like, who decides what is within something, which I would assume is, I mean, all the companies are probably owned by one, I don't know how the thing works, how they distribute the stuff, but what's up, Malik? How's it going? But yeah, so, like, side effects too typically happen over time too. Like, for example, ibuprofen, right? Ibuprofen is so over abused, and it causes so many problems throughout our, like, system, because we can't just keep consuming and consuming something like that, especially something that is made by heating up, like, tar very, very hot, basically, and then they take the acetaminophen out of the air and then, like, somehow powderize it, basically. I don't know how that works exactly, but they heat up coal tar very hot, and it releases the chemical that mimics a naturally occurring chemical in the pine tree. I think it's called DMSO. It's basically like a systematic painkiller. So, like, if you rub it in your scalp, it'll go to your whole body. And it basically has been used for an extremely long time. And another thing is, of course, opium, but that is, like, dangerous and needs administered properly, but they don't do that. And also, people mess up all the time, even with stuff nowadays, but it happens. But yeah, I agree, Hyper, and I think it will one day. Who knows? You might be one of the people to do that. That would be amazing, you never know. I think it's gonna change soon, though, because people are gonna start demanding, like, we want, like, what was intended for us back. You know what I mean? Like, imagine right now if you and your family had, like, a nice section of land with, like, a nice natural material, complete, like, home with, like, wood stove, I don't know, fire pit, land, some animals, some, like, that. I don't know, like, everyone should have that, right? Like, that's like normal. That's what we should have. We shouldn't be living in apartments when we're stacked on top of each other 40 rows down because someone wants to make as much money in each square foot as possible. Like, what even is that? And even in houses nowadays, $4 million, right? You'll get a big house, and then you'll have 20 feet of yard on each side. It's like, dude, what? You know what I mean? And not to mention, like, modern houses are made out of cheaper, thinner materials too, that are not as high quality too. Basically, everything is kind of like falling in quality, but excuse me. Oh, I see. That's really cool. Interesting. That's pretty cool. I'm doing really good, Malik. Not too bad. I'm gonna go feed my cat though. I will be back though. But yeah, the stuff for the natural medicines would be a lot more available if we so like farming and stuff shouldn't just be like all of one plant. Like that's very unnatural and bad for the environment. It's not regenerative either at all. We need to have like variation like everywhere and just like abundance of like different types of things everywhere where they like, you know, naturally grow, take care of them, easy clap. Locally sourced things. We need local everything. We don't even need like computers and phones and stuff really anymore, but we need to do like, I mean, even if we did have those, like those are fine if they're not locally sourced, if it's stuff like that, but like food and like all of that type of stuff, food, medicine, water, all that stuff should be materials, animals, like all that stuff should be local. But they don't set it up that way. That's just all set up for profit right now, basically. I'll be back there. I'm gonna go feed my cat. Alright, I'm back. What? That's really cool. No, dude, that's really cool. I have no clue how to even do that. Also, excuse me. So when I was prescribed painkillers for when I broke my wrist, I took one pill, right? And instantly, like I'm not even trolling you, right? And this is me also telling you, do not take pills, okay? And of course, unless you're in extreme pain and it's prescribed, but just still be careful, you know. Sorry, I ate an apple. I was chemically addicted instantly. Not mentally addicted, chemically, right? Like physically, like instant, right? It hijacks your brain hard. It works, but you better not do not allow your brain to don't allow it to hijack your senses and just make you want to take more, because it does. It's actually crazy. Oh, I was saying that's really cool that you did that, and that sounds definitely really difficult. Oh, I was saying how, so I was prescribed, a medicine, basically. It's a painkiller for when I broke my wrist, and I took one, and I got chemically and physically addicted instantly, right? So it wasn't like a mental, oh, I need this, oh, I need it. I need, just thinking that I need it, right? Which you can do that with anything. Oh, I need to get on Apex, or I need to, do all these things, right? That I'm addicted to. But no, it was I was getting withdrawals within hours of it. After I took one, had the effects, which I still felt over the pain of my broken wrist, which typically you kind of feel a little something, but it felt like it was just, I don't know. It seemed a bit extreme for what they gave me, basically. But and I didn't take and I again I was trying not to take them, but obviously my wrist hurt, but at the same time it was just by the time I got done, my wrist was healed and I still had more left, and that's bad because unfortunately, I took them because I was addicted at that point. I did I was just, I was young and not smart, but I did take them over time because I got so addicted so fast, because you can't control it. It's it's an unfortunate side effect. Again, life-saving for the pain, right? But there's gotta be something else that doesn't do that. You know what I mean? Because that stuff's no joke, bro. Anyone who tells you, oh, you can just try it once, no, not that, bro. Nothing to do with any synthetic type thing like that. Because that's where it starts getting it gets weird because of what that can do. Again, that's not every medication, but it sucks because a lot of the things that are even being medicated are being caused by our food too. But yeah, again, a lot of people get addicted to those things, unfortunately. And one of my family members is has been on pills for probably 30, I don't know, 20, 30 years from extreme pain, basically. And no, probably not 20. I would say 15. 15. Yeah, we'll go with around 15, I would say, actually, now that I really think about it. And that made them a very angry, you would you would never even think it was the same person. You'd have no clue. You'd be like, what? That's not how that person was acting, you know what I mean? Because it changes you. And the thing about addiction is what addiction is when something is dictating your actions. That means you aren't deciding. You got to think about that, right? When someone's addicted to something, it's dictating their actions. They are not in control. They're uncontrollably addicted. It's a disease basically. It's not really. It's not just like this thing that people kind of just play off like, oh, people are just addicted to stuff and just quit. It's like no, it's not just quit. Like the thing is it like a lot of things that are addicting rewire your brain to be like you're going to die if you don't get this. You can die. There are some pills and some things that you can get addicted to. If you withdraw too hard, you will die because your body is relying on it. It's creepy, bro. Like that ain't normal, bro. I'm trying to not touch any of that. Again, there are some things though that are fine, but when it really comes to like stuff like that, that's where it's scary, bro. Painkillers and stuff like that. DMSO is actually illegal in America as well. Apparently it caused someone to have like some eye issue. I don't know if it's true or what. Like I didn't look too far into it. It's kind of just like this little like incident that happened and then basically just never use it again, even though they were using it for like a long time. I don't know if it was like not correct administration of the drug or what happened. I don't know, but I forgot my water in the kitchen though. I'll be back. Okay, I am back. That's why you're really glad that you never picked up your family's habits, because you won't go into much detail because you're addicted to certain drugs. Yeah, that makes sense for sure. I don't know what you're referring to exactly, but let me think. Again, you don't have to say, but I'll speak of some certain things via experience. So if you can take any, anything from it. I used to be addicted to tobacco, right? First time I smoked a cigarette, and then, I was like, oh, this is, cool, whatever. And then, some time went by. And I was like, oh, just have another one. Oh, I'll just have another. And then eventually I ended up becoming like a pack and a half a day smoker. And I was 5 years. Oh, no, sorry. Wait. 4 years under the legal smoking limit. How does that happen? Something ain't right there. And quite honestly, and after all this time, and I'm clean off of nicotine, and I have been for over a year now, which I'm so happy actually. Like, that was one thing I thought I was screwed. I thought I couldn't quit it. Yeah, that makes sense. That's good. That's good they stopped though. That's amazing. That like it, dude, trust me, it's so hard. It's so hard. Literally never do it. And I'm like, unfortunately, that's a terrible, thing. And it's unfortunate they were doing it, but at least it taught you not to do it. Like that is like the upside to that. There is always an upside to, things that are unfortunate too. There's something you can learn from it. And like for me, right, like so I was in the process of that, I smoked all the way until I was like, I think I was 19. I smoked cigarettes, but I would also vape, I would also drink, I would also smoke weed, I would also sometimes drink alcohol. I can't remember if I said that or not. I didn't like alcohol though. And then it just made me feel like stupider. Like it would just make me feel dumb, and I'm like, well, this is just boring and stupid. Like what a dumb thing to do. Like every time that literal exact sentence would go through my head, anytime I ever consumed alcohol in my life, I'm like, wow, what a freaking stupid decision. This is dumb. It just makes you bored. Literally, what a stupid thing. It makes you dumb and bored. And I'm not trying to be mean to anyone that does drink, by the way. Keep in mind, because again, I used to drink. But what's up, recovery? How's it going? I just saw your message. Oh, I see, Hyper. What's up, Smart Ape? How are you doing? So I'm gonna tell you one thing, right? I don't agree with alcohol. My opinion on tobacco is, first of all the tobacco companies are evil. Absolutely every single one. No, there's no such thing as a cigarette that does not contain extra added chemicals. Cigarettes have high fructose corn syrup in it. That causes diabetes. What happens what do you guys think happens if you consume something? Excuse me. If you consume something in food and it causes diabetes, what do you think is going to happen when you smoke it? It literally is going to enhance it even more. And they put it in cigarettes. And the way that tobacco, because and to clarify this for anybody that hears this and even thinks of justifying smoking tobacco because of this reason, I'm going to tell you this because of that. Native Americans and other people that would utilize tobacco, right? Well, usually Native Americans. I believe it was I think tobacco is just a native to America. I can't remember. But yeah, they basically would use tobacco ceremonially. So they would like sprinkle it in like water and stuff. And keep in mind, these plants are grown, these are wild plants grown in their natural habitats. They're not breeded to have more nicotine. It's very low, especially compared to what is going on now, right? It's not the same thing. And they would obviously smoke it too. It's not like they would sit there and just smoke it all the time. They would just smoke it like a very rare amount of times. There were some people that would smoke it more often, but it was like more of like a practice, not like I'm going to do this every day or I'm going to do this like all day. It was something that they would set aside for to show appreciation to the planet and like give themselves like a sense of like mindfulness and like relaxation. But the thing is you can do that in other ways, right? That's how they chose to do it. You know what I mean? So yes, there are potential medicinal values, and also you can actually use it as I think if you eat it, you can use it to force yourself to throw up because it's so gross. So if someone's like, I think they used to use it if like someone ate something they wasn't supposed to, then they would eat it or like brew it into a drink or something and drink it and then throw up. Basically, as gross as that sounds, but it could save someone, make you throw up naturally instead of using who knows what. But yeah, medicinal benefits. It doesn't mean sitting there smoking it. That's not what it's for. Like you would be using it to throw up. You know what I mean? Like that's not something you would want to really smoke. That would be a very rare usage thing where you like, in the case that you need the puke. And alcohol is just not good. There's just it's unfortunate. It's addictive. A lot of places justify it in different ways. And quite honestly, and this is gonna blow your mind, Hyper. I don't know if your family's religious, but in my opinion, the wine in the religious text isn't even referring to wine in like from what I've seen. Maybe there were some instances where they say, something about wine, but like I don't think we're supposed to be brewing wine or, any of these alcohols and drinking it. I don't know. What like I feel like there's just better things to do. But we're so bored in modern day because of civilization the way it is now that like people just need to do something. And that brings me to something else. Me personally, and I'm going to tell you guys this in the sake of if anyone does try anything, do not do anything that is synthetic, not legal, and I'll tell you why. And wait until you're older. But if you don't wait until you're older, make sure it's legal. Whatever you do. Whatever it is, make sure it is a legal product, 100% verified, real, guaranteed, tested, whatever it is, but do not do anything synthetic, regardless. Do not do anything that is an injection, regardless. Do not do anything that you drink or swallow. Well, actually, let me rephrase that. In the sense of alcohol or pills, sorry. Or snort, yes. If it is something you eat and it is actually safe and it's proven to be safe in certain circumstances that are controlled and it's legal and you're of age, I think that stuff is fine. like the natural aspect that does not have, you're not barfing, you're not blacking out, you're not going brain dead, you're not losing your liver, you know what I'm saying? Like there's a lot of things that can happen when like you abuse like pills and like all these other things, and like, you know, anything that you snort, like cocaine and stuff, right? Like the people, you know, the people that like live near the places that with like the plants with the cocaine, they don't even snort cocaine. They literally just chew on a leaf every once in a while, casually. Because it's so normalized there, they just take a couple chews and then they just, that's it. And they just have like a little like feeling, and then it's like that's it, because it's they're just chewing on a leaf. But then people process it and then they formulate it into this super strong powder, and then people get chronically addicted, and then people sell it for expensive amounts, and then people put who knows what in there, and then people die because people put crazy stuff in there. It's horrible. Like and like most people won't talk about this kind of stuff, but like I know too many people who have like unfortunately passed away because of some of those things. So like I'm gonna bring it up, especially like since you said you have your friends, like maybe you could mention some of those things to them. And like the other thing is like you know, with like cannabis, for example, again, you want to make sure that is legal, right? Not from just whoever. I promise you. Because again, take this from someone, and I've made a lot of mistakes in my life, and this is why I'm here to tell people. I'm not ashamed of it, right? Like I smoked laced weed before, because so it was just from some random person. We smoked it, and then I was like, I don't feel right, bro. And then literally, I don't know what was even in it. Like I think it was like, what did I think it was? LSA, I think it's called, or something, which is something that you don't want to do either, because I was like hallucinating my audio and stuff, and I like couldn't see because it was all like warping like geometrical things, which I've seen from other things, but like that's not something you want to do. It was horrible. It was scary too. It wasn't fun. Like that's not something you want to do. That's for sure. Yep, exactly, Hyper, 100%. And I can't speak for other people, but me personally, like cannabis or like a mushroom, which are the only two things that I think are, you know, okay if it's legal and safe and produced properly and, you know, etc. Done responsibly, not over consumed. You know, just, you know what I mean? Like of age, etc. Like those things are probably not going to end up leading to that. That is like alcohol and pills and crack and like that, all the other stuff basically, like unfortunately is like what kind of goes there. Not really tobacco, I wouldn't say, but, or caffeine or something like that, but like, you know, all the pills, all the other stuff. Yeah, because those things like pill like a quote unquote pill high is so gross, dude. It feels so gross. Ew, it's so nasty to think about. It's basically alcohol but worse, and you just feel awful and dumb. It's actually ew. Oh, it's so nasty. I'm so glad I'm talking about it though, so people just like realize how bad it actually is. What's up, Julius? Oh, so someone was mentioning how like basically their friends were considering taking certain things. So I was just speaking on like basically the only two things that I think are acceptable in any circumstance is cannabis, the flower itself, in this in like this has to be a legal product, right? potentially even produced yourself, not from someone else, not sprayed with hormones, not sprayed with pesticides, outdoor, right? That's the whole, that would be the optimal usage of that. And then like mushrooms, you know, from where they come from normally. You know, there's a lot of different types of those mushrooms, but psilocybin is what I'm referring to. I'm not referring to muscimol. What? Did you ever see the plant? That's actually pretty crazy. But yeah, like pills are the devil, bro. Like they're so bad. And keep in mind, like I was only taking them just from like getting my wrist broken. That was it. And I got addicted that quick. And I knew friends that would take stuff though, and they got addicted bad, so bad. And like, keep this in mind. Like, I'm not gonna, you know, say any. I wouldn't say names anyways, of course. But I knew someone that got in their car with their friend on a lot of pills, drove their car, rolled it 8 times. Right? Rolled the car 8 times. Lived unscratched, right? Somehow, they didn't know that they were on pills, and they were very pilled out. And it's more obvious than someone when they're drunk, dude. It's like bad, dude. Like they're just sitting there, just like drooling all over the place and stuff, like just waving back and forth. Like it's so stupid. Like what? Like, you know what I mean? Like what even is that? Like why is that even available for anyone to consume? You know what I'm saying? Like it's crazy. Like the people at the ambulance, right? Somehow didn't realize it. They got, you know, taken home, and they had like stuff on them too. Never got it caught. No cops even showed up somehow. And then, you know what he does the next day? Because he's so addicted to those freaking pills, is he literally gets a new car, takes pills, and then goes and drives again after rolling the car 8 times. And I'm like, holy freaking crap, bro. Thankfully, he did not, like, wreck again. You know what I mean? But, like, holy crap, dude. You know what I mean? Where is... Okay, so I know that the Wraith went up, but there was like a Bangalore down here. Wait, who was that? It wasn't even the Wraith. They said that was first floor. Yeah, there he is. It's the Bangalore. I knew I saw him, bro. This game has got to be turned on. I don't even play with games loud anymore. I can't take it. I never have really, but like usually like that doesn't sound loud to me, but yeah, I don't know what happened, bro. Really? My friend did that too when we were doing that. And honestly, okay, so like, I had good experiences on that, but I would never, ever, ever recommend anyone do that ever. Like I said, I only like mushrooms and flour. That's it. or I guess rosin, fresh, dried pressed rosin that is like you do it yourself basically. But like, dude, so much stuff is messed up, bro, in this world, and like the reason like a lot of these things like seem like they're like bad is because like companies and like you know, modern processing has ruined it basically. But those would be and I would consume yerba mate. I like yerba mate a lot actually. So it's like, you know, it's completely legal and you can, like, anyone can drink it, but it kind of has like just like a, it's not necessarily like a cocaine effect, but it would be like to the equivalent of like chewing on like a cocaine like leaf, what that would come from basically, but in like a tea. But not like chewing, it wouldn't like, it doesn't numb you or anything like that. It's not like that. It's just like a pretty, it's a strong stimulant. It only has 40 milligrams of caffeine in it, but it has, it has like other stimulants basically that aren't caffeine that are like, it's like in low amounts though. But it's like the ones that are in cocaine, it's just like so small, but like you still get like, you know, the stimulant effect. It's just like caffeine, basically. It's just like a better feeling caffeine, I guess, and there's, you know, no side effects or anything like that. It's not like anything bad. It just sounds bad because of the association with cocaine, which is why it sounds bad. It's funny though. But yeah, I do enjoy yerba mate. I don't even like caffeine. I don't like coffee. I don't drink coffee. I just drink the yerba mate. That's it. You planted one yourself when you were 8? Are you serious? What the heck? Aren't they beautiful though, those plants? Like, they really are. All plants are, honestly. Even the ones that are boring. Grass is even just amazing. I love just touching grass. As strong as that sounds. Like, look at this. Look at this eyesore. What an abomination to nature, bro. Even if there was grass here, like, it's just in a game, though. I wish I was streaming outside right now in my backyard instead of playing this game. But I don't have a backyard. I don't have a yard that I can do that in yet. I hear some birds outside, though, which is really nice, actually. Yeah, one day though I'll have one, I know it. That's all I want, bro, is a yard. I don't want a house. I'm gonna freaking get a piece of land. I'm gonna go to the store, I'm gonna get an axe, and I'm gonna start building, bro. That's what I'm gonna do, and then I'm gonna stream it one day. One day that's gonna be my stream. I'm just gonna be building a house in the middle of the woods. I'm not even kidding. I wouldn't actually just get an axe only. I would probably get, you know, like a chainsaw or something like that. But I would definitely be building my own house. For sure. It's not even going to be that big or anything, you know. Like, I just want, like, a simple, nice, natural material house that's quality and not this fake quality that we have nowadays, because it's not real. It's just, it's the illusion of quality. So wood has decreased, I think, like, you know what, I'll pull this up on stream so you guys can see. Give me 1 second. I know, right? I feel like that would be so fun. Let's see. Ketamine, I've never done that, never will. I won't ever do anything ever again, and I don't recommend anyone do anything at all, honestly, if you don't need to, or if you don't have any interest. Because, I mean, you know. But if you do choose to do anything, I feel like, again, the 3 most harmless things that I have found are yerba mate or equivalents, you know, teas, herbs, light herbs. Cannabis is an herb, by the way, you know. People forget that. It's an herb, just like, you know, all the other herbs that we eat. and use for anything else. Funny enough. Tobacco, though, is a nightshade, is what tobacco is. So you don't want none of that. That's why you take it if you want to throw up. That's not something you want to smoke, that's not something you want to eat. Unless you want to puke. When you chew on it. Definitely never smoke. Wow, I cannot see. What's up, Demon Hunter? How's it going? But yeah, I would love to just build a house, bro. Like some like natural, like never before seen like type house. At least nowadays, like I'm trying to build something from like ancient civilization type deal. Not these boring boxes, bro. I can't stand it anymore. But yeah, so like again, I only like yerba mate or equivalents, mushrooms. I don't even eat normal mushrooms in my actual diet because I view them as a view them as a medicine only. Even like the other ones that are, you know, lion's mane, stuff like that. That would be something that I would take on like a rare occasion in combination with other mushrooms to provide a better benefit. So if you take a psilocybin and a, I'm not gonna okay, there you go. Oh no, he's dead. That's so funny, bro. Yeah, so when you take psilocybin in small amounts, you can even microdose. You don't even have to take a lot. You know what I mean? Like you don't have to take like. That's the thing that people forget about psilocybin mushrooms is you can just take one mushroom and not have one small amount, you know, depending on, you know, maybe you have to take less than that, who knows, but and not have any actual effect, but you will get a, you know, a creative like influence almost like a burst of like energy, good feeling, creative, like just all around just like good feeling. Like you'll just feel great basically. It's that simple. Like it's you're not going to get high, you're not going to feel crazy, you're not going to see anything, you know, it's not like that. If you only consume a small amount, it's called microdosing, you know. And that's where you would be getting the neurogenesis type benefits basically that can potentially, you know, I won't say it for the sake of the internet and how people like to cancel stuff, but I'll say, you know, there's some, you know, maybe some stuff that can happen in our brain that can be fixed by that, you know. Really, I've never done that actually. What's up, Demon Hunter? It's you, Goku. Oh, you changed your name? Your foot's better today? That's good. Wait, when did that happen? Because I haven't been on that much recently. Yeah, neuroplasticity. Yeah, that's good, Hyper. That's really good, though. That's honestly how it should be. You know what I mean? And typically things that are like actually drugs shouldn't like no, like they shouldn't even basically exist pretty much like because like we shouldn't, you know, I don't know. Dude, my nose is so stuffed. Okay, watch this, right? So you guys hear I'm complaining about my nose is stuffed, all right? It's like hard to breathe. I'll be back and I'm gonna fix it. Which usually this is hard to do, right? You gotta, you know, use your salt saline or whatever the heck it is, or take a allergy pill or something. I'll be back really quick though. Oh, I see. I'm glad it's getting better though. That's really good. Wait, what is today? Today's Saturday. Okay. Yeah, that's good. It's doing better. Have you been eating any beef or anything like that? I'll be back really fast. Actually, before I leave, says I leave you guys with something to talk about. What's your guys' opinion on pork? And keep in mind before I say this again, I am not religious, right? I will never eat pork again in my life. I swear they are genetically modified humans. Do not eat them. I swear, dude. I'm not even trying to like freak you out or just be a troll and like, you know, I'm woo woo in the head. But like genetic modification has existed for an extremely long time. Someone just got arrested for cloning something in their freaking house, bro, recently. Like it's been a thing for a minute. Even in ancient civilizations, right? It's possible. Um, and yeah, do not eat pigs. Okay, I'm back. I forgot I actually have yerba mate right here. Yeah, have a good one, Hyper. I'll see you later. Yeah, bro, that's what I'm saying, dude. That's what I'm saying right there, bro. Like I'm telling you, dude, there's something not right about it. It makes me feel bad. I ate 2 pieces of bacon today and I freaking couldn't stand it. I can't eat pork. Can't do it. Not one bit. What's up, Ryan? How are you doing? Oh, Julius. Uh, okay, so I'll ask you first, are you religious? I am not, just so you know. That doesn't mean that I don't believe and, you know, have, you know, beliefs or views, or etc., you know. But what do you think about like, you know, ancient civilizations? Like, do you think they had like technology or like, you know, what do you think? Like we do, doing the same things or I want to ask because of the substances you've said you have used, and I want to see your perspective. Basically. Oh yeah, I forgot about my music. Oh wait, you probably really like this music actually. Here, I'll drop it in the chat for you. The philosophy? Okay, I got you some interesting information here. Hold on. There's that there in case you're interested in that, but those are like really chill songs that you would, you know, eat some shrooms and then listen to or something. Give me 1 second. So basically, so again, I'm not religious. I've actually been like pretty anti-religion for a lot of my life until I realized what is actually like concealed in the messages that they're trying to say. A lot of it is so a lot of it is history tied in with things that people said, and a lot of the things that people said and stories that were told were also like allegorical, or symbolic, or you know, like how the hidden meaning, right? Like, you know, the, you know, like those little the tales that you would hear, you know, like that had symbolical meanings, you know, when you were young. I can't think of one right now, but you know, you've heard of them. Also, think about this for a second. The Hindu gods are blue, right? And the Smurfs are blue, and they live in mushrooms. That's just something interesting to think about, you know. And then you got Santa, and then I don't know if you know about that, but in Christmas, and how people were basically just like tripping and seeing a bunch of like elves spiraling up a tree that went to the moon with a bunch of different flashing lights on it, basically. That was like one of the first accounts of like someone taking a specific type of mushroom in Siberia. It's pretty interesting. They were drinking pee of the reindeer as well, that were also tripping and eating the mushrooms. Like, what is even going on? You know what I mean? And now we just sit in boxes. And people used to just take mushrooms with reindeer. And now we sit in boxes. Like, what? What happened? Never heard that? Oh, dude, bro, I spend so much time on this stuff. This is like the only thing I do other than gaming. And I talk a lot about this stuff, but it's funny actually, because for me, like the psychedelics and stuff have basically shown me so much in my life, especially, you know, a lot of it really shows you like that there's a lot of stuff that isn't right, and you're not sure why, but you'll like I hope like, you know, everyone that takes them like finds out eventually. Because yeah. It's very useful. It makes you like break out of the prison, basically. What's up, Ryan? How are you doing? I'm doing pretty good. Let me find this again. I can't remember where it's at. But there are a lot of accounts. Where the heck is it again, bro? Oh, wait, I think I actually remember. Let's see if I can remember. I'm not going to look it up. I'm going to use my brain cells. I'm not going to use my second brain or my third brain, which is sitting directly in front of me. What's up, Knife? How are you doing? It's really another lens. It really is. And even just like it still applies even to when you're not even using it. Like years and years after, if you kind of like stay in like contact with it mental. Does that make sense? You know what I'm saying? Like you kind of gotta like you gotta maintain and like keep up the lens, or it will like fade away but always come back. If that makes sense. That's actually so weird. That's probably the most accurate I've ever described that feeling. But it's pretty weird. Okay, let me find this again. I'm so happy that I live in a time where I will not be executed for saying what I'm about to say either about this book. Because like this type of stuff you would have been killed for. I mean, people will still like not like it too. But interpretation, different views and stuff is very important. And that's not to say I'm like disrespectful by any means of any of these religions. Actually, I find myself to be more respectful of them, but not necessarily want to join them, but study what they have been studying, but really, really get into it instead of just like kind of taking it at like the face value. You know what I mean? When I really like to like go deep into studying the things, basically. You get that? Yeah, yep, exactly. 100%. Okay, so this is getting pretty close. Oh, I didn't even get. So I was gonna go get white pepper and like lick it really quick, because that will make my allergies go away. White pepper specifically, for some reason, is very good at doing that. I don't know why. Like way better than black pepper. So I have a Bible here. I'm trying to find this specific thing. I'm just gonna look it up so I don't waste any more time. Actually, I'll start off with this, which was written by someone in my family like hundreds and hundreds of years ago. Give me a second. Okay, so basically he says some stuff before here, but to just shorten it. So in the first line of Genesis, it says, "In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth," right? Which would mean God creates the heavens, right? And the earth, as in what is above us in the sky, and the earth, right? The sky and the ground. And then, so the actual, like, the more accurate, like, rendering grammatically would be, according to this person in my family, which was, studying these things, in the original languages and stuff, and would translate it. He says what it actually says is "in the head," which would mean like, so here I'll just tell you it without the parentheses first. It would be "in the head created itself, God's the heavens and the earth," is like the actual real like render of it, basically, as close as like possible. But what they have done is it's not the same. So basically they would be like, oh, it's in the head. So head means, source or beginning. So we'll just put, oh, in the beginning. And then you see how that, like, that's how the translation works, right? It's pretty interesting. But yeah, so like in the head created itself, God's the heavens and the earth. So that basically means in the head, which is the head or the source or beginning, right? Which would be like God is a thought that created. I don't know if that makes sense. As in like in the head, as in we are within the head. And if like we are created in its image, right? That just means, what is an image? Image is like captured light, right? So like it's really interesting, right? So like the Bible actually points to us being God, but it's been twisted. So we like don't actually use our power to like become God-like in the sense of doing good, not God-like as an ego character where I'm gonna destroy this because I can, because I have all this power. And that has nothing to do with power. Well, it does, but like not that power. It's the power to make things good, essentially, is what it is. And that's what everyone has. Everyone has that. Everybody does. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's pretty interesting. But you know, it's like, and if that's the most accurate, a more grammatical rendering, like what if there's even a more grammatical rendering and it's just missing more words in there, would have given some more description and more accurate, and like, who knows? But like we unfortunately just can't get back to that point. I don't know if we can. I know that we'll eventually find out everything, but this is just, one section. But it's pretty interesting, because I mean the gods are us. Keep in mind, because again it says in the head created itself gods, the heavens and the earth. It doesn't say God, it says gods, right? Created itself. Everything is a creation of itself. Like everything is the same, right? Like, I mean, it's pretty interesting. How's the cat doing? He's doing really good, actually. So that was one thing. And then so when they talk about the behemoth, behold now the behemoth which I made with thee, he eateth grass as an ox, right? It's not an ox, but it eats grass like an ox. What eats grass like an ox? But it's not an ox. And his strength is in his loins. Oh, wait, where's your loins? Both sides of the spine between the lowest false ribs and the hip bones. And his force is in the navel of its belly. Its force. What does that mean? Something powerful, like powering it. Right? The force powering what? This thing that's like an ox and eats grass. What does that sound like? Somebody tell me. I need help. I don't understand. And then it says, he moveth his tail like a cedar. How does a cedar move? Cedar trees are hard to move. So slowly, I guess. His bones are as strong. His bones are as strong pieces of brass. His bones are like bars of iron. He is the chief of the ways of God. He that made him can make his sword to approach unto him. I don't know what that means at the end. But, dude, they are literally explaining something that, is able to cut grass, basically. It eats grass as an ox, has strength in its loins. The force is in its belly. Sounds kind of like a lawnmower in a way, but like maybe some like weird ancient, civilization type lawnmower that we can't actually imagine, you see. It's pretty interesting though. But it's like, I mean, it's kind of just saying it as plain as day. It's like, it's saying it's like iron. It's not saying his bones are like bars of iron. His bones, how are you saying his bones? What do you mean his bones are like bars of iron? You know what I mean? I don't know, it's pretty interesting, but yeah, have a good one, Knife. I appreciate you hanging out. First thing that come to mind was a thought. Yep, exactly. Bam. Instant thought. Bam. Everything. Ever. In the instant of a flash. Thought. Electricity. The quote unquote word of God is a thought. But that's one thing that everything does agree on is everything comes from a like a central point, basically. But again, most religions actually just point to each other, and like support each other and fill in the gaps for each other too, actually. In like ancient texts, and it's all just hidden, basically. I even found some like parts. Sounds like something how good consuming nature is something organic. Oh wait, the whatchamacallit I was talking about? The behemoth. So yeah, basically it's God talking about his creation is what he's doing. Quote unquote God. It like so this is where the context gets weird because that quote unquote God is an alien, bro. Like right there. All those like Thoth and like all those like the Anunnaki. I don't know if you heard of those. Like all those different like uh angels, demons, like all these different concepts are just literal different beings that are off planet, essentially. You know what? Actually, I haven't pulled out this map in a minute, and I just thought to go back and look at it now that I understand it, because at first I didn't understand the off-world things, and now I do. Who was it? So it was some form of like an alien, basically. So like the context, I'm not sure what the initial word was that they translated from. I guess I can like try to look and see actually, but I can't speak Hebrew. That's the problem. And then when it gets translated into English, that's where the problem is. One day I will learn though. I really want to learn so I know what word they were saying instead of God, because there was a lot of different names that they would use for God, but when they translate it into English, they just use God, 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 God. That's all they do. You know what I mean? And sometimes they'll like throw in like a couple other, but typically they just use, the word God. But you can't tell if they're referring to, a quote unquote God as in a creation, as in like the human on Earth, or any other life form that is off planet, or the creative source that everything comes from, God. There's no context. It just says God. You know what I mean? So like you can't get the context as to what they're really saying in there unless you know. But like I will learn eventually for sure. Like especially because like this stuff is like clicking in my head already, and like I kind of am just like just getting into it, you know what I mean? But like dude, if there's anything I've learned, ancient people are freaking smart, dude. Like they're gonna encode stuff into their word that you have to like take it at its you can't like there's different levels, there's different values to each even individual like thing that they had. It was very intentional. That's all they had for a big portion of time was creating language. Like that's what they were doing. They do it a lot more than we do now. Like yeah, like we slang a lot, but typically we don't actually just start creating new languages. It just slowly evolves. Like these people, like we're not creating the alphabet. The alphabet's been here for a minute for English. You know what I mean? These people, like it's really amazing, like the Hebrew language and how many levels there are to it. There's like maybe I don't know how many levels. I've heard there's up to 7 different interpretations for each individual thing in different ways, such as numbers, math outside of just numbers, you know, the literal meaning, the symbolical meaning of like the actual shape of the symbol. Some of the symbols were actual 3D, real, like world logos, like sacred geometry set into 2D. Like there's so many things. It's crazy. Like we can't even grasp how they use their language because, well, we can, and it takes a lot of time, and it's slowly happening over like, you know, hundreds of years. But it's just like it's not to be taken literal all the time, like how English is. English is an evil language. It's all materialistic. I'm not trying to sound like crazy or anything, but like it really is, bro. Like all the words, like, you know, you say good morning, right? Good morning is just, morning is when, you know, someone dies, and then, you know, and then you go to work, you know, work at your job. Job is the Hebrew word for persecuted, right? Why would the people, you know, that made English use that word? They take words and they take stuff from everywhere and put it everywhere. And something else to show actually is this, right? Where is it? And there's a lot of stuff in like every game, but this is a common theme right now. I'm sure you have probably seen this, right? Black and white checker, illusion symbol, jester like jester archetype, mirage skin, basically. I mean, like he is a jester. That's what he is. That's why a lot of people don't like him. Wherever his... Is that his default skin that has it? Okay, so I guess it's yellow and red. It's a little more hidden on this skin. It's not as obvious. You wouldn't expect it on the default skin as much. But I don't know what exactly the jester archetype is. I don't know if it's a good thing. I don't know if it's a bad thing. I don't know what it means. I don't know why they like made Mirage's personality the way it is, I guess. If he's supposed to be a jester, because his personality doesn't like, he kind of aligns with the jester because he's kind of a jokester, but like he's not really. I don't know. It's weird, but it's definitely there. I mean, System Smash, Trouble, you know, I will not censor myself, the checkerboard, the clown skin. It's very obvious, you know. Beetlejuice is like this. What else? There's a lot of different things. Interesting. I just noticed this. Why is that there? Why is that there? That's so weird. The radio? All in jest. I just realized that's what it's called. That's so funny. I didn't even look at that. Wait, what the heck is that? Why is that there? Is that on his other skins? It is. What? Yeah, exactly. That too, Julius, 100%. You'll know when you get it though, like you'll feel it, you know what I mean? Like if you read something and you like decipher it correctly, like you'll get, like you'll know, bro. Like you get a like a I don't know how to feel. I don't know how to explain it, but it's just a feeling. But that, you know, they use like numbers a lot to like symbolize things. Oh, I know what I need to find. So there's cannibalism in here, actually, in a 9/11 prediction. Okay, which one do you want to hear? The 9/11 or the cannibal? You can only, what if you only have to pick one, which one do you pick? Hear about 9/11 prediction or symbolical cannibal? It's also symbolical 9/11, of course. But It's not even like overthought either. It's like the first time I read it, I was literally seeing the vision of like what these people were seeing, I swear. Like in my head. Cannibalism? Okay. This one's interesting, so. Let's see. And I'm not even just being like, oh, like why would I think that? Why would I think that? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not for no reason. It's because it like was like shown to me that that's what the actual meaning is. Because the actual meaning doesn't freaking make any sense. Hold on a second. If something doesn't make sense, that means you ain't looking at the right perspective. Just so you know. That doesn't mean we need to justify it. We need to be looking at other angles, you know. Okay, so it's called The Handwriting on the Wall. King Belshazzar made a great feast for 1,000 of his lords and drank wine in front of the 1,000. Keep that in mind. This is important, right? Because they just said that at the end of the sentence, right? He drank wine in front of the 1,000 people. Belshazzar, when he tasted the wine, so, okay, once he tasted the wine, which then led him to command that the vessels of gold and silver, that, I'm not sure how you say his name. I'll use N as in, or I'll use Neb. That Neb, his father, had taken out of the, okay, keep in mind, this guy took it out of the temple in Jerusalem, be brought, that the king and his lords, his wives, and his concubines might drink from them. Then they brought in the golden vessels that had been taken out of the temple, the house of God in Jerusalem, and the king and his lords, his wives, and his concubines drank from them. They drank from the wine. They drank wine and praised the gods of gold and silver, right? So keep in mind, gold and silver, bronze, iron, wood, and stone. Okay, they mentioned vessels of gold and silver earlier, right? Interesting. Okay, so, well, what does the word gods mean in the Bible? When it is, what does that mean? What did we hear earlier? See, this is where stuff slips through. That's us. So they praised the gods. So they praised the humans of gold, silver, bronze, iron, wood, and stone. Okay, well, what is the rest? Okay, so what are these things? Why are these, why is gold, silver, iron, and stone a human? Well, so the gold and the silver, keep in mind, so I haven't even finished this story. Let me actually finish before I go on. Immediately, right? Immediately after, the fingers of a human hand appeared and wrote on the plaster of the wall of the king's palace opposite of the lampstand. And the king saw the hand as it wrote. Then the king's color changed, and his thoughts alarmed him. His limbs gave way, and his knees knocked together. The king called loudly to bring the enchanters, the Chaldeans, and the astrologers. This is in Babylon. The king declared to the wise men of Babylon, whoever reads this writing and shows me its interpretation shall be clothed with purple and have a chain of gold around his neck and shall be the third ruler in the kingdom. Then all of the king's wise men came in, but they could not read the writings or make known to the king the interpretation. Then King Belshazzar was greatly alarmed, and his color changed, and his lords were perplexed. The queen, because of the words of the king and his lords, came into the banqueting hall, and the queen declared, O king, live forever, let not your thoughts alarm you or your color change. There is a man in your kingdom in whom is the spirit of the holy gods. In the days of your father, light and understanding and wisdom like the wisdom of the gods were found in him. And King Neb, your father the king, made him chief of the magicians, enchanters, Chaldeans, and astrologers, because an excellent spirit, knowledge, and understanding to interpret dreams, explain riddles, and solve problems were found in this Daniel. And he will now show the interpretation, and then basically, so he ends up saying how wait 1 second. So I will read that, his interpretation of what was written, right? Keep in mind. So basically, if you go back to when it's talking about the gold, where is it? So it says the vessels of gold and of silver, so that the king and his lords, his wives, and his concubines might drink from them. So basically, these vessels of gold and silver are either human bodies directly, or this is the other one. So when it says that his father, or that Neb's father, right? Or I mean, sorry, Belshazzar's father had taken out of the temple. Where is your temple? It's in your brain, right? Or your skull, right? Your temple on the side of your head. What does your temple line up with? That lines up with your pineal gland, right? What is your pineal gland? There's DMT in there. And what else does it do? It produces melatonin. DMT and melatonin have been referred to in the Bible as milk and honey. The honey is the melatonin. The DMT is the honey. Wait, did I say that backwards? Sorry. The milk is the melatonin. The honey is the what do you call it? DMT. Sorry. So basically, this King Belshazzar, or whatever his name is, first of all, was drinking blood. At first, that was the wine. And because think about it, right? King Belshazzar made a great feast for 1,000 of his lords and drank wine in front of the 1,000. So that's very important that he was drinking wine. And then literally in the next line, when the next guy drinks the wine, he commands that the vessels of the gold and silver have been taken out of the temple, blah, blah, blah. So out of the temple, again, is our head. Jerusalem is typically the higher mind, which probably just means our brain. So the temple is probably the skull. The Jerusalem is the brain. And then the vessels of gold and silver is the pineal gland. They were eating people's pineal glands. Like, it sounds crazy, but like this place was known for like crazy stuff going on in it. Like, it's not like this place was like, an ethical place. You know what I mean? Like, they were doing crazy stuff at this time, at this place. And when I read that, I'm like, where is this from? This has to be like from one of those like bad, the quote unquote bad cities. I look at it and I'm like, holy crap, it's the freaking, like, the Babylon thing. And like, the problem is a lot of these people, like, a lot of people take things that are said that are supposed to be symbolical, and then they take it literally, and then it's a problem, because it's like, there's either like, and not to say again, this story has two different meanings to it. You can take it literally and symbolically and still get something good out of it, right? Some sort of like information of what is going on. But the thing is I don't know if it was true if this happened or if it was symbolical. I think it was symbolical, on purpose to tell a story. But the hidden story is only if you know how to read it. You see what I mean? Yeah, right? Because, like, what else would it be? The gods of gold and silver, bronze. So, like, basically, it's like, what the literal interpretation would be like people worshiping, like, wealth, right? You know, drinking out of the gold and the silver, and, you know, praising the gods of gold and silver and wine. But when you think about it, it's like, what are, you know, what are these, like, I don't know. It doesn't. While I agree that's important, there's a lot of stories about, you know, wealth and like poverty and like money and like if it's important and all these different things and if it's evil and if it's not and if you should focus on it and if it's not. So is this story right here trying to tell us about that again? Or is there something else there? You know what I mean? If we keep seeing the same thing over and over and over and over again, reoccurring, maybe there's something that we're missing from all of them. You know what I mean? It's pretty interesting. So this brings me to the other thing, right? So I think there's alchemical, alchemical. Let me find it real quick. Okay, give me 1 second. We're really close here. Okay, so I need, okay, gold, iron, wait, sorry, gold, iron, wait, sorry, gold, silver, bronze, iron, wood, and stone. Give me 1 second. This is very difficult to find for some reason. Okay, maybe I should turn it. Okay. Okay, so basically in alchemy, the different things like, you know, gold, silver, mercury, copper, you know, lead, etc. That's like kind of what they're referring to here. Like referring to a like a human in like a alchemical way, basically. So basically, and again, they made this so we can still get a lot of information out of. You know how many times this has been translated and that still comes through? Uh-huh, yep, exactly. Uh-huh. I agree. See, there's so many different like little like things you can get out of it like that, you know what I mean? And yeah, it's very interesting, you know. So yeah, they drank wine, right? Again, bringing up wine in the same sentence on purpose. It's not by accident. You know what I mean? Again, bringing up wine again. They drank the wine and praised the gods of gold and silver, bronze. So gold again, the DMT, the silver, the melatonin. The bronze would be like poo, basically. I mean, I guess iron would be. I don't know exactly, what these things would be. I would assume like maybe stone would be skin, wood would be uh, bones, and then iron would be, or maybe wood is hair, and then iron is bones. I don't know. You know what I mean? I'm just kind of guessing here, but there is alchemical meanings behind the different things. They have it like set up a specific way. I can't remember. It's not exactly that way, but it's like very similar, basically. But yeah, it's pretty interesting. Oh, and then here it says, so like basically it goes on, and I'll skip a little bit through it. So it basically says, you have lifted yourself against the Lord of heaven, right? This is talking to those people who were at that, the party thing. And the vessels of his house, right, have been brought in before you, and you and your lords, your wives and your concubines have drunk wine from them. What? It literally just confirmed it in the story. He is interpreting it. Even the person who is interpreting it is saying it. So I'm not crazy. Like, really, think about that. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy, bro. Like, says it right there, basically. Yeah, it's crazy. But yeah, so it says, yep. So basically, you and then his name, Belshazzar, have not humbled your heart, though you knew all this, but you have lifted up yourself against the Lord of heaven and the vessels of his house. The vessels of his house. Where is the house of the Lord of heaven? It's in your freaking skull, bro. That's where it is. I can guarantee you that. Because that's exactly where you're going to hear it. You know what I mean? So basically, yeah, have been, again, the vessels of his house have been brought in before you, and you and your lords, your wives, blah, 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 have drunk wine, again, bringing up the wine specifically from them. And you have praised the gods of silver, gold, of bronze, iron, wood, and stone, which do not see or hear or know, because they are dead. But the God in whose hand, I said because they are dead. That's not there. I added that. Sorry, I shouldn't do that though. But the God in whose hand is your breath, and whose all your ways you have not honored. But yeah, it's just like, what the heck does that mean then? You know what I mean? Like, this guy's a freaking cannibal, bro. That's crazy. But it also means, it's also telling us, maybe he's not even a cannibal. Maybe the story's fake and they're just trying to tell us, hey, this is inside of your brain, that gland. And then, right, shortly after, keep in mind, this keeps going on, right, for a bit. And, you know, the story continues, right? And then it gets to the part where it talks about, you know, these people having visions and stuff. You know what it's just like, okay, dude, like you do all this and then you have visions and then you're just like, come on, really? And they just talk about a bunch of future technology and stuff that's happened. Like it's freaking unreal, bro. It like literally like the truth of everything is actually so much like weirder than what like fake stuff is. Like the mainstream like fake interpretation. Not saying like religion, by the way. I'm just saying like you know, like aliens or something like that, or like what has happened on this planet. Like nobody realizes they had so much technology, dude. But yeah, they predicted 9/11 in Daniel 8:11. Daniel 8:12. Yeah, it's literally 9/11, bro. I can't believe it, dude. I'll read this for you too, Julius, because why not? In the 3rd year of the reign of King Belshazzar, a vision appeared to me, Daniel. After that which appeared to me at the first, and I saw in the vision, and when I saw, I was in Susa, the citadel, which is in the province of Elam, and I saw in the vision, and I was at the Ulai canal. I raised my eyes and I saw, behold, a ram standing on the bank of the canal. It had 2 horns, and both horns were high, but one was higher than the other, and the higher one came up last. I saw the ram charging westward and northward and southward. No beast could stand before him, and there was no one who could rescue from his power. He did as he pleased and became great. As I was considering, behold, a male goat came from the west across the face of the whole earth without touching the ground. And the goat had a conspicuous horn between his eyes. He came to the ram with the 2 horns, which I had seen standing on the bank of the canal, and he ran at him in his powerful wrath. I saw him come close to the ram, and he was enraged against him and struck the ram and broke his 2 horns. And the ram had no power to stand before him, but he cast him down to the ground and trampled on him. So basically what that means is, oh, I see. Yeah, bro, sounds good. I wasn't even paying attention. That's my bad, bro. But yeah, I'll see you. I appreciate it. I'll actually be back too. And you take care as well. Yeah, sounds good. And I don't even normally do this stuff, but it's fun, honestly. But yeah, have a good one. I'll see you later. I'll be back.
Did some of what I was listening to play through the mic or something? Let's crush this.
What the heck is that? That guy cheating? Pretty sure that kid's
Fucking
cheating.
killing it.
That kid with the Spitfire?
Medic, come get me.
Oh wait, you got hit.
Got killed by a predator. Why am I in this?
Yeah, maybe not with the Spitfire guy. That was just weird though. What the heck? Maybe I got shot by both of them when he peeked. I think. No, it was two. Wait, no. Okay. I'm trolling, I guess. Oops. I think I. Wait. No, I can't even see that far back. I think I got like shot by two people though when I peeked that. That's why it felt so weird.
like the negative 30s, 40s, 50s and shit. But it gets that cold during that time because that's when we go to straight nights where the sun only comes out at like 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon for an hour and then goes back down. So it's pretty much like 23 hours a night for, it's like 30 to 40 days, give or take. It's pretty wild. That's when it gets super fucking cold. You gotta plug in your car, all kinds of shit.
Nice.
You sure more people landed here?
Yeah, that's it.
What's up, Andrew? How's it going? What did my game tab out? What the heck is going on, bro? Like, what? Dude, that actually just got me killed. That is so troll. How did that even happen? I guess I hit the Windows key somehow.
That's the one I have with my name. Run up.
Yeah, there's one up there. That fucking blows. Fucking
Yeah,
mouse
happens to
key
me all the time.
problems, dude.
I didn't die to that time.
Oh my god. Bro, I kept fucking self-reviving when I'm trying to take your portal. It's so stupid.
That's hilarious.
Nah, you're good. Yeah, you can craft later too. And anything, but
Technically, I can.
that's annoying.
I'm gonna do it. Like crap over here, it's still in zone. We're good.
Oh man, that was so annoying. I was trying to take your and I just kept self-reviving. And I took it and they fucking blocked themselves in it.
Just scan the beacon. They know I'm here. Feel that. That's kind of beef.
Bro, why does everybody in this game just agree? Like with, it's so troll. Anytime I bring up any like thing with my thing, like my name or people mention it or something, they just agree. It's so funny.
I got a mobile res. I'm just trying to get somewhere.
Power grid, maybe.
Oh, I've been doing good, Andrew. What about you?
Maybe.
Oh wait, I think I actually asked that already. That's my bad.
What the hell is that?
I
Okay.
just too focused on the game right there. That was such a weird thing to happen.
Just vibing.
I haven't played much Apex recently. Well, these past few days I have, but
Nice.
Imagine we might have people coming, but yeah, I got a bunch of cells here. Like a fucking ass load.
Nice.
I really need to get a better second gun. I already have a flatline. There's no need to have a repeater.
Or
I'll take the car.
okay, pick that.
Okay, that'll work. That's not what I wanted.
What the hell?
Really? Oh, fucking.
Two of them in the same bin.
Let's pick one of them if y'all want the other. Alright, I'll take it. Ooh, they just opened it. There's somebody
Amazing.
zipping to your right.
Wow. Very fast.
And he's cautious. Curious to know where this other team is. Too. Here, I got some.
Nice. Hold up.
Thank you. You can go back. Nice.
Nice.
Sick. Jeez.
Nice. Oh my god, your kills assistant knocks.
Guess it's fitting with the skin.
I was thinking about getting that, but I don't know. Like, not sure how I feel about Chucky. I think it kind of traumatized me as a kid.
That's funny.
And then I saw
Yeah,
that one with the sun or the shit face.
Yeah, I enjoy Chucky, so I like the skin. I was like, well, if I ever end up like actually fully playing her and they actually tweak her and give her some love, then I'd like to at least have the skin.
Oh, yeah.
That shit was cringe. You know what?
Yeah,
They
they
actually
definitely
did that
streamed at me
too.
because I had 3 people watching me, and then all of a sudden, like, it just went down to 2.
Yeah.
I'm just
Like
gonna
the
have
fact
to
that you
have
have
my
to do that,
fucking...
and like we don't even know you. Like hello?
I'm telling you, bro. Are you streaming still?
No. The stream sniping you because I ended my stream like an hour and a half ago.
Oh, you ended your stream? Okay, yeah, that definitely came to me then. I'm gonna open my stream on another page. Gonna see my fucking viewership. Somebody's definitely coming in here and fucking watching and then leaving. For now, we're gonna see who the fuck comes in.
By yourself, teammate.
Come with my love.
Oh, almost dead. Shoot them.
Oh no.
Damn.
Yeah, he's saying
Unfortunate.
shoot him.
55, 65 to them too.
Right? So I'll be like, yo, you got Amazon Prime? Like, what the fuck?
That was funny.
You just fucking
Yo, watch that. Those stream time is gonna be in the next game. Just watch.
You got
Just watch.
Everybody's a stream sniper. I'm just kidding. Apparently, though. I'm gonna turn off all of my skins, basically. Where even is the original, bro? Like what? Oh wait, there it is. Oh, it's at the bottom for guns. Except for the flat line. That's the no, screw it, I don't care. Be back in a second. Alright, I'm still not in the game, so I'm gonna get off because I gotta feed Beanie and then I'm gonna go to sleep because it's really late anyways. But thank you guys for hanging out. I will see you guys later. I appreciate it.